Anti-derivative Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Greetings and felicitations.
Hello, I'm Anti-Derivative Jill, and this is Indefinite Lunch in Infinite Combinations number 104, where we're reaching the end of this personal journey, rewatching all of the episodes of Star Trek: The Original Series, and we're watching in production order. So we're ending here with Turnabout Intruder, which is the 79th episode, but it's also the last episode in broadcast order, which means this is the end of our deep exploration into individual episodes, which is it's just too sad. Why can't we have an infinite amount of TOS episodes to review forever? I found myself, thinking about the first few episodes we made and remembering just how much we had left and how lucky I am to talk to you guys about all this stuff. I've learned so much from you, and I thank you.
Well, I thank you, Jill.
Yeah.
We've grown a lot as YouTubers over this period of time, and I'm really, really going to miss it.
Me too. Yeah, how do you guys feel about this? This is it.
Melancholy is the word.
Definitely. Even though I was late to the party, this is still very sad. I just wish we could go on and on talking about this.
Well,
every Tuesday.
Right? Well, but my Tuesday show was always meant to be different TV shows. It started with the Orville, then I moved on to this one. Then we're gonna do Star Trek Continues, but that's not the same as the original series. It's just a fun addendum to this, and then it's gonna be For All Mankind. But I will not stop talking about Star Trek, so it may be that any discussion of the original series will now be moved to Fridays, and it'll be, theme shows since we did all the episodes. And so maybe that helps a bit. I don't know.
You said you're going to cover Star Trek Continues?
Yes.
Well, then it will be inevitable and unavoidable that we'll be bringing up TOS because there will be a lot of comparisons.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Not just the fact that they're on the Enterprise, but they also bring in guest stars from the actual show, which would be great.
Mm-hmm. So TOS will still be here in spirit.
Yeah, no, it's never going to be gone. So, we're just finished with the deep dive reviews of every single episode. That's all.
Yes.
What?
Our appreciation is heightened.
Mm-hmm. What I've learned is that this time in television was not a time for television finales. Most TV shows just found out they were canceled and they had to live with it. So here's the last episode of Star Trek, in which Shatner plays at being an insane woman who is upset at Starfleet for not letting her be captain, which is a whole thing. If you've been listening to my channel, you know I don't like it when things are out of character. And now all of Starfleet seems out of character. But we'll get into that. So
it's going to be an interesting conversation when it gets to that, because I don't find it to be... I find it to be perfectly in character with Janice Lester.
Well, it depends if you take what she's saying as fact.
She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, yo.
Yeah, that's also apparent. So
I
is
think
Shatner just agreeing with her just to keep her level? Anyway, we will get into that.
We'll get there. We'll
yeah,
get
we'll
there.
get there.
So if you enjoy Star Trek and science fiction in general and you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing and clicking the bell for notifications. And if you're already subscribed, please like and share if you want to think more about TOS, because even though these individual episodes are going to be completed by the end of this broadcast, I will bring Star Trek themed episodes, including TOS, to my Friday shows as we explore different shows on Tuesdays. Before we get into the episode, I want to say hello to my panel. Hello, guys. How are you doing, Scotty R37?
I am also a little melancholy about this. I popped in Turnabout Intruder last night because I knew it was going to be an early show, and I was like, "Oh, this one." And then as the closing credits rolled, I felt a sinking in my heart, and I was like, "All right, fine. We'll wait till next week." Oh, no. So I'm a little melancholy about it. I'm happy as all get out that we got to do the entire series in production order. And I'm wondering if I just want to go. Do I want to go further and hit Next Generation or bounce to Enterprise, or do I just want to start over TOS and do the broadcast order with the original special effects? So,
that's what I have to do as a self-respecting fan. I absolutely have to take a look at the original effects. I believe I did see them on CBS.com, but I want to see them again. And in comparison to my most recent rewatch of the original series with the remaster.
But I am happy to be here, and thank you for being such a gracious host. Thank you to Pop Culture and Stone Racket for putting up with my shenanigans. Shout out to PvP and Jim from Commodore Productions, but also everyone in the chat. Awesome to have you.
I'm so happy you're here too, because I thought I was going to lose you after the Corbomite maneuver for some reason. You're like, oh, well, I can't do this show for very long. I'll be here for a couple weeks, and then I got to go do some stuff. And then here you are.
Yeah.
So also it's Stone Racket. How are you feeling? How are you today?
Well, mixed feelings here. I happy to be here to talk Trek with all of you, but then, I'm a bit sad because it's come to an end here, with the last of the original series. And, what a way to go out, huh? This recruitment film for all women everywhere for to join up in Starfleet. It's like, yeah, this to me reveals a lot about how Gene Roddenberry is hardwired.
I don't know, because he only wrote the outline, and all the dialogue was written by Arthur Singer, so I'm not sure that it was intentional.
Yeah,
what happened here is Arthur Singer and Fred Freiberger.
It's interesting.
A little more.
It's interesting reading in the Cushman book how Roddenberry kind of walked things back. He's trying to rewrite history in many ways.
Well, because he never really believed this to begin with. We have the menagerie making it canon that number one is first officer. If you're not allowed to be a female captain, you wouldn't be allowed to be a first officer, because half the time a first officer has to be the captain.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, it's weird.
We're ready. We have to just pull that Band-Aid off, I guess. I'm just trying to wait, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So, but also Gorilla's Random Thoughts couldn't be here, but he wanted to turn in a review for today's episode, and his reviews are they never give away anything, and so they're okay to play, I think, at the top, if you guys don't mind that I play this now. Where is it?
Well, hey, let's go for it.
Yeah, I gotta find it here.
Go for the Gorilla Trek review of Turnabout Intruder.
All right, so I guess I had to make this full screen for it to work. Yeah, right. Here we go. Let's take a look at what Gorilla has to say.
Oh, I think he lost it.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Here he is. All right, get ready, guys.
All right, for my review of Turnabout Intruder, anybody who doesn't like this is a sexist, racist. Hey, what's that other buzz term I'm supposed to use?
Misogynist.
Oh yeah, misogynist, and they're a toxic male who just hate this episode because it depicts a woman wanting to be a captain. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go deposit what I think of this episode.
Delightful.
Oh dear.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
Yeah, you know exactly what he. Well, that gets right down to the heart of the matter, doesn't it? Of exactly how Gorilla feels. And oh, I just like the sarcasm in that. That was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for turning that in, Gorilla. Even though you can't be here, I'm glad you could send that in. And
Well, at least I don't have to feel bad about the flush from a earlier installment of IDIC.
oh yeah, this one was a deliberate flush.
Yeah, this is a
one was
deliberate.
for comedic.
Hey, you know what else is deliberate? You know what I learned in this episode? Did you know that mutiny is deliberate?
Yeah, usually
like-
it is.
It's like, come on. Well, anyway, we'll get there.
Well, yeah, he gets right to the matter too. Is the whole problem of this episode, and we'll get to that as we talk about it. But before we get into it, reference to production of these episodes will include Star Trek 365, which I learned about from Raquel Briggs, who reviews all of real Star Trek from 1966 to 2005. I almost said that backwards because this is the last time I'll be really plugging Clobby's channel. I love the Clobber in Times channel, and his channel is one of the inspirations for my channel existing, and why you guys get to talk to me about Star Trek. And they talk about it every Saturday night at 9 p.m. for forever. And even though they will come to an end too when they finish with Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise. Right now they're on season 6 of Voyager, so they're getting there. It's a fun time. And
Now,
I'll also
oh, I'm sorry, Jill. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll also make references to These Are the Voyages by Mark Cushman because he has some super great material there. Any other references I make, I'll try to cite. And even though my sites go in order, I don't mind if you want to talk about different parts of the episode. So now I'll give you the preview for Turnabout Intruder from the 365 book. The Enterprise receives a distress call from the planet Camus 2, where a group of scientists who were exploring the ruins of a dead civilization is reported to be dying of radiation exposure. The expedition leader is a woman named Janice Lester, an old flame of Kirk's from his days at Starfleet Academy. Lester has come to despise the captain because he was able to achieve what she never could, command of a starship. When Kirk and McCoy beam down, they learn that most of Lester's party already passed away, and Lester herself seems to be on the verge of death. But Kirk learns too late that Lester apparently has faked her illness and killed her own staff to lure Kirk into a trap. She's discovered an alien device on Camus 2 that is capable of swapping minds between two individuals. Before Kirk knows what's happening, she's incapacitated him and transferred her mind to Kirk's body and his to hers. At long last, she will be captain of the Enterprise. But in order to hang on to this hard-won victory, she must take care of one final detail. Kill Kirk. And so that one rips off another Band-Aid of this episode. Janice Lester and her accomplice are murderers. So,
Mass murderers.
yeah, mass murderers.
Yeah, it's not Dr. Coleman. It's Dr. Cuckman.
Well,
my book.
yeah. Well, you know what? And so many people were sick in this episode. He had something to do with his lungs and he wasn't feeling good. So
Oh, the actual actor. Yeah, he
And
was
he
still
thinks-
recovering. Yeah.
he thinks that this was a bad performance of his, but actually him being weak and sickly actually worked for the character, for making him seem like, as you say, a cock, for lack of a better term. But
Yeah.
thank you all for choosing to listen today. I hope you enjoy our take on the episode. And before we get started, I have to say hello to the chat because we have such a great one today. Franco Walker's here. He always reminds me to put in the poll, and that's why you have the poll today. Shatner hamming it up as a deranged woman is definitely worth an A++++. And yeah, that was my problem when I was first watching it. I thought this was Shatner and the TV show's interpretation of what all women were like, and so I was super angry with this episode. I used to hate it, and then I realized, no, this is just Janice. Just Janice is insane. And good morning to Franco, I said. And yeah, so
Hey, Franco.
I won't ever, this channel will not stop talking about Star Trek just because we're finished with the,
Good to see you, Franco. Hope you're doing well.
yeah. Angry Yeti TV says, hail to you two. And yeah, so he's saying hi to the chat. Hello to Pop Culture Curator, also on the panel. Putin's Cat says, Gilligan's Island had an episode like this. Well, yeah. Who was it?
Yeah, that predates this one by a few years.
Yes.
Where it's Gilligan and the skipper that switch.
Well, okay, and then I was reading the Cushman book, so I got a spoiler for an upcoming Lost in Space episode. I know the robot and the Dr. Smith are gonna switch.
Oh my.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to learn that, but now I
Oh
know.
dear.
Hello to Penny.
Penny. And she's sending hugs to you, Jill.
Yeah, Putin's Cat. You remembered, you know how? Somebody bought you a gift membership. Oh, they were so generous this past week. And you were one of the lucky recipients of that present. So welcome to the membership. We'll have a membership stream at the beginning of the month in May.
In the merry month of May.
Oh, goodness. Something on my windows is popping up, all these windows that I don't want. Close
Uh-oh.
these windows. Dang it, I can't close it. I guess I'll just have to live with the stupid window. I don't like Windows 11. Oh, it went away. Sorry. I
Hooray.
apologize to everybody for that. Hello to Real Wade Nation Gaming. Hi
Hey,
to the
Millie.
wonderful Jill. Hey to the Real Wade Nation. The wonderful. I was trying to say something, but your name is amazing. Keith E says, it's sad that your series review is coming to an end. It is. I'm trying not to be sad. But yes, because every episode of Star Trek deserves a deep examination, no matter how we feel about it. And Edge of Time says, greetings from the Edge of Time.
Hello, Edge of Time.
The mysterious edge of time.
Sean Carter's here also. Hello to Sean Carter.
Good morning, Sean.
Sean Carter of Mars.
Hey, Sean Carter.
Mm-hmm. All he has to do
Kapla.
is wish for it, and he'll be there on Mars.
Yeah. And Bird of Prey 5, Kapla.
Good
Kapla.
fall, Bird of Prey. Hope you're doing well. Hope Mama Prey is doing well.
Yes, okay. And there you go. Now we're you can alter Windows 11 to look like Windows 10. It helps a little. Yeah, I need to do stuff like that. I've done it for the start menu at least, but I need to do more. Running late, so chipmunk mode. Well, that's fair enough.
Thanks for the review, Gorilla.
Alvin.
Yeah. Alvin and the Chipmunks.
All right, so now let's make this smaller. And let's bring this in. Got to bring back in the slides.
And ahoy to Putin's Cat and DJ Play Nice.
Hello, DJ Play Nice. All right.
I thought I saw
Here
Matt
we
G
are.
around here too.
Matt G. I forgot to mention. Thank you so much for mentioning Matt G. I forgot about Matt G because I don't think he's actually here, but he was here. He was the first one in the chat, and he gifted one Anti-Derivative Jill's membership. And I guess maybe that went to Putin's cat. I'm not sure who got that membership because let's see. I'd have to scroll all the way up to find out.
Very cool.
Oh no, see, it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me who won it.
Well, I'm going to take
but somebody
Putin's
did.
cat surprise as confirmation.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Good theory. I'm sticking to it. Thank you so much to Matt G. That was an incredible gift. And so Turnabout Intruder first aired on June 3rd, 1969. The set crew nicknamed this episode Captain Kirk, Space Queen. And actually, this episode was supposed to air on March 28th, 1969, but then former President Dwight D. Eisenhower died, and it got pushed off and rescheduled, and then it's so much so that the episode, well, it missed Emmy nominations, but I don't think this was in danger of winning an Emmy. But it was
It's interesting. It's interesting how they still talk about that. It's like, oh, Shatner should have been. It's like, no, no nomination for that. But anyway, yeah, they still talk about that in the Cushman book, and I'm kind of that's always amusing.
It is amusing.
Yeah, what's also amusing is I actually took a peek at some reviews on the Internet Movie Database, and there's somebody that's quite delusional that actually states in their review, even in the title of it, that thanks to ABC Network, the final episode of Star Trek aired. And it's like, no, it aired on NBC, June 3rd, 1969, which was a Tuesday.
Well, I got into an argument once with somebody who thought Desilu was in charge of Star Trek the entire time, and I had to...
No, they got bought out by Paramount. And Desilu became Paramount's television division.
That was fun to.
Yes, they were purchased for $17 million from Gulf and Western.
You got it.
But I actually do think it's a great performance, but I don't think it would have won any awards. It was the last in canon original series episode to air. Of course, the Cage will be aired later in the 80s, but that's not canon. Only the Menagerie is canon. Yes.
Then also, all of our yesterdays, like based on Stardate, that is the last episode in the show based on the Stardate.
Oh, based on Stardate. Oh, right.
Yeah,
if you're going in universe canon, but then if you do that, everything's all mixed up because Stardates in the original series are kind of crazy.
Yeah, yes, this one, Scotty's right, because this episode has an earlier star date than all our yesterdays. And speaking of star dates, on a previous stream, I said the first star date wrong. It's actually 1312.4. So I'm sorry that I got that wrong on an earlier stream.
Shame.
For shame. Yeah, I said 1313.12, but it doesn't get to 1313 until towards the end of the episode, and it's 1313.8.
Hey, I appreciate you correcting a previous error. Usually I just put the errors that I make in the description of the video if I notice them. And
it's like, how did I get that really wrong?
So the story by credit for this episode goes to Gene Roddenberry. So he did the outlines, but the teleplay, meaning all the dialogue and everything, was written by script consultant Arthur Singer. So I think, I don't know. Yeah. So there are some things I'm questioning that don't feel like Roddenberry to me that are in here. I don't know. It was directed by Herb Wallerstein. And
I wonder how much input Majel Barrett had into the story.
I don't know, but she's damn gorgeous in this episode.
Yes.
And Herb Wallerstein had taken over for the Tholian Web. He directed that episode to get a screen credit, and then he also directed That Which Survives and Whom Gods Destroy. So that and this one, of course. So then we have our captain's log. Who should read? Who should read the captain's log? Who wants to read it?
It's your decision.
Oh, it's my decision. Okay.
Why not
Pop
Pop?
Coach? Yes, I agreed. We both agreed at the same time.
There you go.
Me?
That's right.
Yes, please.
All right, clear my throat. Captain's log, stardate 5928.5. The Enterprise has received a distress call from a group of scientists on Chemist 2, who are exploring the ruins of a dead civilization. The situation is desperate. Two of the survivors are the expedition surgeon, Dr. Coleman, and the leader of the expedition, Dr. Janice Lester.
Thank you, Pop. That was well done. And on Camus 2, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy beam down. Dr. Lester is lying in bed. And she's acting like she's sick. So, but as we read in the preview, she's not really sick. And so
Yeah, she's faking it. It's all a
she's-
plot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's faking it just to wait for the perfect moment in which Captain
when
Kirk just happens to
happens
stand.
to-
Just,
yeah. And then
just
she whips out that universal remote. Never give a woman a universal. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
never
that.
give Janice. See, that's the
Janice
problem with
Lester.
This episode. She's crazy, but they don't make the distinction. This episode doesn't make it clear that it isn't all women that they're talking about. That it's just Janice.
Your world of starship captains doesn't admit women. Is that Starfleet or is that Kirk's world? His own world.
No, I think Janice is absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think it's Starfleet. I think it's Janice wasn't qualified to join the command program at Starfleet, and then she blamed it on sexism, as it happens today. There's institutional sexism, obviously, and so
Go ahead.
And that's what I think it is. And even later on in the episode, when Kirk is, for lack of a better term, inside Janice, didn't mean it that way. It's like she hated her own womanhood. She blamed everyone else. And then it came down to the one thing that she figured that was getting in the way. And that was her being a lady, when that was never what was happening at all. It's just that she doesn't have the fortitude, the exploration, the intelligence, the bravery to join the command stream at Starfleet. So I think it's just Janice playing the victim.
I had this discussion on my stream a couple days ago with Gorilla, and because when I was younger watching this, and now that I rewatched it, because I hadn't seen it in at least 20 years, they do not specify that they do have women captains at this point. It's just that she was deemed unfit. That is never mentioned. They clearly pretty much say that there are no female captains allowed in Starfleet. That's my opinion, unless there's something I'm missing in these 3 seasons. But we have not seen a female captain portrayed, and she makes it sound like no females are allowed. And specifically, that's why she hates it. She's a woman, because her driving factor in life is to be a starship captain.
And I agree.
Self-loathing.
And I agree. And as Jill mentioned, it's with number 1 being first officer or executive officer on the Enterprise under Pike, she would assume command anyway. And so that contradiction, which isn't from the cage, but from the menagerie, the parts 1 and 2. So I still think it's just Janice being Janice.
Yeah, the only thing that supports Pop is the following line by Kirk when she says it isn't fair. Kirk says, "No, it isn't. And you punished and tortured me because of it." So he's kind of affirming what she's saying, even though what she's saying is crazy.
But also, they do say specifically about her present condition, because she's faking her radiation sickness. It's like, if you stay here, that will calm her. So maybe he has a prior relationship with Janice, and he knows that she can get all up in his grill if she even mildly contradicts him. And so for the sake of her own health and safety, he's like, yeah, no, that's what it is. They're there, Dr. Lester. They're there.
Well, there's nothing more non-Star Trek than saying women can't be captains. So I want to believe that this isn't true, especially since Gene Roddenberry made #1 first officer. It just makes sense that he believes women can be captains. But let's read from the 365 book. They also talk about this.
Okay.
Paula Block writes about it. She says, considering how forward-thinking the producers of Star Trek were, it seems ironic that the final episode of the series, indeed one in which Gene Roddenberry received story credit, had at its core the premise that women were not fit to command starships. This from a man whose original template for Star Trek The Cage placed a female officer on the bridge of the Enterprise, suggesting that Starfleet considered a woman capable of commanding a starship, at least when the captain wasn't around. Avid followers of the show did not want to accept Lester at her word when she lamented that females were excluded from Kirk's world of starship captains. Surely, she was just referring to Kirk, saying in effect, I couldn't be a permanent part of your life because you're a captain and you have no room in your life for a significant other. But that's a weak argument considering Kirk's response to Lester's original statement. No, it isn't fair, and you punished me and tortured me because of it. Kirk supports the truth of Lester's statement, although it seems he doesn't necessarily support Starfleet's stand. Roddenberry himself was in a similar position. The powers that be at NBC had decreed that he couldn't put a woman in command, and he yielded in that battle. It's conceivable that he was addressed in that conflict as a parting shot. It isn't Kirk or him who's sexist. It's Kirk's superiors. Read the network. Years later, however, when questioned about Lester's statement, Roddenberry admitted that the line was simply sexist. He made up for it in Star Trek The Next Generation, establishing a number of female captains and even female admirals within Starfleet. Roddenberry's successors took things even further, contradicting the original series with the character of Starfleet Captain Erica Hernandez in Star Trek Enterprise, which takes place 100 years before Kirk's time. And I think that's a correct move, according to me. That makes sense. Since Roddenberry only wrote the storyline, to me, it's unclear whether he wrote this line or whether Arthur Singer wrote this line. I'm not sure who wrote it precisely. Because since Arthur Singer wrote the teleplay, with the revisions by Fred Freiberger. So...
Well, and we do get a lady captain in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home with the
that's right.
unnamed captain of
the Saratoga. Yeah. So
and even earlier than that, there is a moment where Uhura takes her rightful place in the center seat when she does assume command in the Lorelei signal.
Like, finally, yes, the Lorelei signal. That's correct. That's my favorite of her episode. So there's one more thing that Roddenberry says. I'm not sure how to interpret it. It's in the Cushman book. He says, nowhere in my story was a statement made that this woman wasn't qualified to command because of her gender. She lacked the qualifications on a personal level, and she also happened to be emotionally unstable. In her mind, sure, she was being discriminated against. And that could have been another theme in the story. How we can limit ourselves because of our own belief that we will be discriminated against. It can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. That sounds like just what you said. And I also have to...
I'm not plagiarizing, I swear.
No, I know. So that indicates to me that line was not intentional. That she feels like she's being discriminated against, but it's not actually true that women can't be captains.
Hey, Jill, can I continue reading from where you left off?
Oh, yeah, but first, I have to thank Sean Carter. Sean Carter gifted a very generous $5 super chat saying, all those romantic encounters, and Kirk still can't tell when a woman is faking it.
There's a meme, Sean Carter, and I think it's I can't hear you over how awesome I am is the Kirk stance.
Oh, well, let's see. What should I play for Sean Carter?
Something rad.
Something rad. Let's see. Well, what's rad? Let's try to find one. I know which one I want. I'm not having good luck finding it.
You have a point there.
All right. I know. Oh, I'm stuck.
I am only for Diamato.
Liberty and freedom have to be more than just words.
Oh, this was the one I wanted. This is for Sean Carter.
All I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I knew it was somewhere there. Putin Cat says, I've really come here, so it's a mystery why. Well, you know what? You only have to show up here once, and you can get a membership, and it doesn't even matter. Classic Comics got it. Thank you, Franco Walker. I couldn't remember who it was, but Putin's Cat won before. On Friday, when Retro Nerd Girl was here. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm responding to the private chat, but yes. Sorry. Did that out loud. Putin's Cat knew a girl named Janice. She was kind of nasty too. Outcast Creative says, I always love this episode. Hopefully we'll get that DS9 thing sorted in the near future. Hello to Brogu. Brogu's here. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a great day too, Broku. It's great to have you here. And what do you get if you combine January and ice? You get Janice. Janice. Janice.
Janice.
Putin's Cat says, I don't think it's right to blame Janice over poor writing. Yeah, well, Janice isn't bad. She's just written that way. No, she definitely needs help.
Another thing with Janice, it's almost like Janus. You know, the two faces, you know.
Euler Greg says, hello, everyone. Great stream and fun episode. Putin's Cat said, Roddenberry is trying to demonstrate the unfairness in 1960s society. See, I don't think it was Roddenberry. I think this was Arthur Singer, but I think what you're saying is absolutely right. But does it in the 2260s, which makes no sense story-wise. Right. You don't bring in today. That's actually a big problem. I don't mention New Trek on this show, but that's a big problem with New Trek, where they try to inject problems of today into the future where we're supposed to be ahead of those problems. But Gene kind of checked out in season 3. Well, yeah. Fair enough. He did check out. He just gave them the story outline, and Arthur Singer and Fred Freiberger made the episode what it is. And so
until Mark Cushman would be the one to get on the channel and go, okay, you saw all the outlines and the scripts. You know, where does this originate? And so he could tell us for sure. I think it originates with Roddenberry.
Well,
remember,
he seems to be holding on to a secret. I think it originates with Arthur. I think the idea that of her feeling discriminated originates with Roddenberry. But
I think it goes back to the very beginning with the menagerie, because Roddenberry wanted number one, second in command. They didn't say whether she was going to take over or not, you know, or be promoted above that position or not, but it was NBC who looked at it and said, no, we can't have a woman in charge. So I think it could have been a dig at NBC.
That's apocryphal, because the reason NBC objected was because they knew very well that Majel Barrett was Roddenberry's mistress. And
That too, yes.
that's why they objected. It wasn't, and Roddenberry's the one that said, "Oh, it's a woman. What she, and all that reaction." And so
Is that in the Cushman book?
So you think things should
no,
have been?
that's not in the Cushman book.
No, but it's in the book. My book. Which one is it? Inside Star Trek. So you think, because that's something that's up to debate too, and history will never know. Is they may have been NBC may have went lighter on him if he had cast a different woman as number one.
Yeah, it could be, but it's not only in the Inside Star Trek; it's also in the volume 1 of the Cushman book. I'm sorry, I made a mistake there, Jill. He does recount that in the first volume, because he keeps track of all the things that Roddenberry did to tick off NBC. Yes. And that's just one of the things that tick them off. And there's like, before we get to the middle of Star Trek, there's like 7 things that Roddenberry did to tick off the NBC executives. So
before we even got started. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Sandra Smith plays Janice Lester before she was on The Guiding Light for 3 years. So I guess that's soap opera. And she appeared in a bunch of episodes, like for The Wild Wild West, and then also 1 season on The Interns. But there she also played a doctor.
And hopefully one that was emotionally stable.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
Who didn't try to assume someone else's identity.
Now look at that. She's holding the universal remote, and look at that evil grin.
Oh yeah, she's very proud of herself that Kirk steps into the perfect position to be trapped into this device.
And of course, when the device lights up, it immobilizes. It's like, okay, but of course she has freedom of movement.
Right.
She gets on there and everything's just fine, and she can switch.
Yeah, she's able to. Yeah, she doesn't get trapped either.
It's kind of like,
you're
now,
right.
wait a minute.
That's kind of weird.
It's kind of like, wait a minute.
Maybe
how does this thing work?
Maybe because she was out of range, she wasn't standing next to it.
Well, when she flipped the switch, the remote switch. But it's really nice those aliens kept that remote in good condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the technology endured all of these years.
Yeah, I did not see this, of course, when it was first run, but I saw it in syndication. It was like, what have they done to my show?
Well, this scene, even though it's at the beginning here, is the last scene.
Yeah.
That is filmed for
and
Star
this
Trek,
is
the original series.
Yeah, this is a funny behind the scenes moment because of all these screw ups with sound and other technical issues. Shatner had to do this over and over and over, carrying Sandra over to the bed, and he was suffering from the flu, and it just taxed him.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling good.
So that he kind of landed her on the bed with a thud.
Yeah, he kind of tossed her.
And he kind of collapsed a little bit. But he did make an off-color joke. But
I remember one, and I'm not sure. It's a little early.
He cracked up the crew, but I'm not sure what Sandra thought of it.
Well, what? And I'm not familiar with that joke. I'm referring to something else. What did he say?
Well, he said when he kind of collapsed, he still made a joke that Sandra. He said, "I love you, baby, but you've got to
lose about
6 inches from that behind." He didn't say that. He said, but ASS, but I'm like, well, now wait a minute,
Well, he was so sick though that he had to lay on a cot in between his takes.
Yes, he did.
It's
all because of that Rose Parade. He was in a Rose Parade on New Year's Day, and a few days later, he started coming down with the flu, and he, was running a fever, and they had to keep reapplying makeup on him because he was just boiling it off, so to speak. But he was a trooper. He said, Shatner's like, no, we can't shut down production. This is going to, you guys can't just sit around. This is going to cost them a fortune. So he kept going on until it was totally completed. So
he's a trooper.
They did still, right? He said, let's finish this. We're so close to the end. And they did end up running 1 day over budget, 1 day over schedule, and over budget as well.
Yep. And I blame the director for that. But I think. Oh yeah, Janus Films. You got it, DJ. Yeah.
I think all that gender bias was in her crazy little head, says Snortopoopas Cuber. Yeah, because it's not.
Sure, Snortopoopas. Just live in your little fantasy world.
I live in that fantasy world.
No, that's fine.
I agree with Poopas.
Oh yeah, it's open to interpretation. That's fine. I'm just being silly.
Well, and Roddenberry agrees with that interpretation. He just didn't stop it when it was happening.
Well, he agrees now. Well, I mean,
he doesn't do much of anything now.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
He agreed later.
He agreed later, but I think
he agreed at the time too, and he just wasn't there. He wasn't producing anymore. He wasn't on set. He wasn't reviewing the scripts or sending memos. He just said, "Here's my story outline. Have fun," and they did.
Yeah, but like the Cushman book details, Roddenberry, his revisionism didn't just stop there. He dumped on Freiberger and was rewriting history there. It's like, well, I'm sorry, Gene, but you're the one that bypassed Robert Justman.
Yeah, he should have put Bob
and he's the one that
absolutely.
Yeah, he's the one that didn't fight for John Meredith Lucas. He's the one that didn't fight for Dorothy Fontana to stay on.
John Meredith Lucas was basically the hero of season 2.
He didn't intercede for these people or especially with Justman, promote him to be the one running the show.
Well, it's just that he left the show because he couldn't get the time slot he wanted, and he said, if you don't give me the time slot, I'm going to leave. And then they wouldn't give him. They wouldn't submit to the ultimatum. He had to leave, otherwise he thought that they would never believe him ever again if he ever said that again.
Yeah, that's what we detailed in an earlier stream.
Yeah, we did, but it's coming to a head here as it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I still blame Roddenberry,
and that's the saddest thing about. Well, I blame.
I wouldn't go so far as to say.
Well, I think it's unclear.
I think it's very clear.
I think Roddenberry had a proprietary relationship with Star Trek. He felt that he created it and got the team together. Now, there were improprieties behind the scenes from very early on, but this is sort of a career behavior from Roddenberry in regards to Star Trek, because one of the problems with the motion picture was his controlling of it. And then later on in the Next Generation with Marvin Hamlish and the way that he was sort of playing parties against each other. And so while I do absolutely, like, I know I take pot shots at Gene all the time, Roddenberry, that is, because I think he's a hilariously flawed individual who created one of my favorite things and had a storied career even before Star Trek. But I think that there was a certain level of mine, it's all mine. And that lack of collaboration was something that sort of hung around his neck, and flawed.
I think he loved Star Trek, but since he had to leave, and everybody else left, and that's why that happened.
I don't know.
That's how I feel about it.
The way he stole credit, the way he stole things from Alexander Courage early on. The fact that he never gave Gene L. Kuhn credit for anything.
Not just those two, but a lot of people. He did that to a lot of people.
Oh, yes, Pop. Yep. That's not, it doesn't just, I agree.
And Star Trek, of course, was not just made by Gene Roddenberry.
And he would compare,
know all the people who made it together.
Well, yeah, we do, but we're talking about what Roddenberry would say in the public.
I wouldn't say that.
He equated himself to Rod Serling and Rod Serling's relationship to the Twilight Zone, which is a joke because Serling wrote almost 100 of those episodes, and he was,
Yeah, that
I
was
think that if he,
right.
And Roddenberry gets credit on 9 stories.
yeah, if he talked about Star Trek as if he was the only one who made it, then
Oh
I
yeah,
agree.
and he would
That's not
time
cool.
and time again.
That's not right.
You know,
Because that's not true. It's
he
disingenuous.
went around giving talks
But-
in the mid 70s, an evening with Gene Roddenberry. Not once did he give credit to anyone except
Correct.
himself.
Yeah, well, that's not cool because we know the truth, and everybody should. But if you listen to this podcast, you do know all of the
Right.
people who helped
Exactly.
create the
It
show.
is-
However, this show still would not exist without him.
True. And I just want to, before we get off of Camus 2, I do
Yeah,
want to
we still
sort
can't
of...
get off of it, can we?
We can't get off of Camus 2. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to the 80th episode of Star Trek The Next Generation Legacy, which begins with Captain Picard giving a captain's log saying we are bypassing an archaeological survey mission on Camus 2 as a direct reference to the last episode of the original series having taken place on Camus 2. And I thought that was a nice little nod and reference to the original, even at the time where the Next Generation was getting its footing.
But Scotty, was that switcheroo alien machine still operative in the TNG era?
I'm assuming that's why they were going there.
And look
Short
at
of Poopus says the final words of the episode get to me, reflecting on it being the last episode of the original series, canceled before its time. Her life could have been as rich as any woman's, if only.
If only Roddenberry. Oh, I won't start that again. But look at that murderous Kirk with that scarf. Oh dear.
Yeah,
That's not the Kirk we know. That's got to be an imposter.
Well, right, and yes, we already know that he switched.
It's
the
Janice.
Audience knows. The audience. What are the problems with this episode? The audience knows straight away that this is really Janice.
It's Janice. I mean Janice.
And
So
Janice is kind of, she thinks, oh, Kirk, why didn't you kill me? You had the perfect chance. But why would he do that? That would be crazy. Okay.
Oh, my
But
ride.
Also, if Janice would have killed herself, right?
Yeah.
It would have been obvious that to everybody that it was murder.
Everybody hear the train?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was
I
my
hear the
ride.
train.
Yeah, that's me.
Not my fault. Yes,
Yeah.
not my fault this time.
It's like I said, Pop. I live near some train tracks. I'll mute myself.
No, I like trains, but if you need to mute, you can mute.
So does Zephram Cochrane.
It's
doesn't
why
like to
he
fly.
wears a girdle now. Yes. Yeah. Does he bother with a girdle at this age? I hope not.
Well, we do get a topless scene later, and I was like, it's not that bad.
Yeah, he's not. He's not. But if you compare it to the very first
He's
episode,
not dad. He's got dad bod, but he's not.
Well,
he's not.
he's kind of sucking his gut in, I think. No.
Franco Walker
Sucking the
says
guts, guys. We're the guts.
I mean, we can do that. Puff up the chest. Yeah.
Please subscribe, hit the bell, share, hit like, and select live chat, says Franco Walker.
And everyone,
Always good
listen to
advice.
Franco Walker.
Suddenly, I'm thinking of so many nasty things to do after the mind transfer. Do I need help?
Well,
Well, if you
Putin's
suddenly
cat.
find yourself in the opposite sex, then that's not so weird. Yes.
Don't
So
don't
Putin's
pull
cat.
don't pull a doomcock. Don't just stare at
There-
yourself in the mirror. No.
There was an interview in a Starlog magazine, and it was asking Shatner specifically about this episode. And it was like, oh, in the last episode of the original series of Star Trek, you transferred your consciousness into that of a woman. What would you do if you transferred into the body of a woman? And roughly paraphrasing what he says is, I don't think I would, because I would miss the sound of my balls clanging. And I thought that was great. That was one of my first impressions of William Shatner just being, I don't care. I'm just going to say what I want to say. And so thank you, Bill, for just being a dude. You're the best.
Hey, Jill.
I hadn't heard about that.
Jill,
response.
did
That's
I
great.
perplex you with the doomcock comment?
Yeah. What?
Okay,
What's
but
that
what
from?
that reference is someone in the chat back in the day suggested that Margot Robbie is or Robbie is actually Doomcock, and of course Doomcock said, "Well, if I was Margot Robbie, I'd just be staring at my body of myself in the mirror," and I'm like, "Yeah, yeah."
I forgot about that. You know
Yeah,
what? I
and
think I was there
that was a
when that
running
happened.
gag for a while, and it's like I'm like I was getting kind
It
of
was.
tired of it. But it's like,
Okay, you
yeah,
know what? I heard it one time at
it's
least,
like
and so
so
thank you for
Doomcock
reminding
wouldn't
me
have
of
any
it.
time to
That's
do
a
videos
damn.
or any live streams. He'd just be staring at himself in the
That's a
mirror
deep cut.
if he was Margot.
Putin's cat says, "I think the motion picture is really cool. It's long in places, but it's so alien looking. It doesn't have to do with this live stream, but I just love when someone out there also loves the motion picture."
Yeah, I all I know is how I felt after I walked out of that theater because I stood in line in the winter and froze my butt off, and I went through all that for this. So I was
Yes.
very disappointed when I walked out of that cinema. But
James
I have it on 4K,
Mhm.
and more than one version, and more than one edition. So I have to have it in my collection. So
Mhm.
it's
You
not.
paid your money.
I don't feel so bad about it now. Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Well, I want to say hello to James Caserta, and Mark Harkness says, "Dear Janice Lester, Starfleet does not intentionally give starship commands to total whack jobs, male or female. Witness Ben Finney or R.M. Merrick."
Absolutely. Good call, Mark Harkness.
Yeah, fair enough. Or
Yeah.
Lord God. Oh wait, he
Lord
did.
God.
Well, he lost his command anyway.
And then you got Decker, who went crazy, but he justifiably went
Well,
You
yeah,
mean
Decker's a
Captain
little bit
Ahab?
more romantic.
Commodore Ahab.
He was trying to save his crew. He just
True.
didn't.
That causes trauma.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's better to be dead than to be alone as a woman. Oh my god, the dialogue! That was one of the lines that made me hate this episode when I first watched it.
Hey,
What are
recognize
you saying?
Recognize those rectangular golden shapes? Yeah, we've seen those before.
Oh,
Where?
no, but I recognize the jumpsuits from Devil in the Dark.
Yeah.
True story. Where are those rectangular gold things from?
There was a first season episode where they're transporting I can't remember what substance. Something like that. It's just that it was a container for whatever they were transporting. And I'm sorry I can't get specific, but I just recognize those.
Sure.
But like what Jill said, the Dr. Coleman is wearing a Janus 6 outfit, right? From Devil in the Dark.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is. And I love those jumpsuits. I almost wanted to cosplay as a Horda one time, but that never came to pass. I was gonna dress up my toddler as an egg.
There is an interview I on
And I was gonna
Discord.
get a jumpsuit for my husband.
Oh, cool.
Never happened.
There is an old interview from Goodnight America with Geraldo Rivera where they do have some Trekkies in the audience when he's talking to Shatner, and there is somebody dressed up like the Horda. So
wow, yeah, it's pretty incredible to do it. I was trying to think of different ways. It's not an easy thing to become a space pizza.
Yeah, I shared that link with Matt G on Discord, and I'll share it with you, Jill. Cool. So you can see all the Trekkies back then in 1975.
Nice.
There is a brief character moment that Shatner pulls when he is Janice in Kirk's body for the first time, and he does sort of do that look down to sort of like, oh, well, this is different,
and then
it doesn't go any further.
Then I'm glad, Jill, you have this still, because then he kind of brushes his hair, and it's like,
You're just
and of course, later it becomes even worse because he's doing his nails when he's talking to Kirk. I mean, talking to McCoy in his quarters. I'm like, okay, that's a little too much.
He's well, and this is the thing where people would instantly know there's something wrong with Captain Kirk, and there would be, I think things would move a lot faster than they actually do in the episode in terms of people noticing. When you've been with somebody on a starship in a contained space for so long, you get to know them.
Oh yeah.
But even McCoy's reaction to Kirk is one of sort of suspicion right off the hop, that it's like something's different about you ever since we got back from the planet's surface. And this is the first indication, is showcasing his vanity, or her vanity, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
She's making sure her hair is in place. But one of the saddest things about Turnabout Intruder is this is when everybody found out the show was canceled. In fact, there was supposed to be another episode after this, actually directed by William Shatner. And it was going to be, what was it called?
It was The Joy Machine, which was written by Theodore Sturgeon.
Theodore Sturgeon. Yeah. Okay. And
or that's your cue, Scotty.
Teddy.
Yeah. Third time's a charm. Yeah. So I think that's the third time I've mentioned Sturgeon, and Scotty goes, Teddy. So
I got there. But thank you for the prompt.
I love that.
And even though he was sad about it, Shatner still put on a great performance. I think he was the first of the cast to find out.
Yes,
because he was going to be a director.
Yeah, you are totally correct. And he was a trooper. Not only did he professionally go on, but he was fighting the flu. So he's to be commended on 2 counts there.
Yeah, definitely a top-notch performer, not willing to give up, really cares about other people and their jobs. He's great.
Except George Takei. No.
No.
According to George Takei.
Oh, yeah. I think it was more of a case that he didn't really notice him all that much.
Yeah, it's just petty jealousy.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's so funny because I just find it interesting because there have been sort of clashes of ego in terms of who is the star of this show. And then finally, when the bad news comes, you're the star of the show because you're going to get the bad news first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he did. And so the 365 book says, as Star Trek finales go, Turnabout Intruder doesn't seem to measure up to the last acts offered by the producers of subsequent Star Trek series, Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. To be fair, however, those series had advance notice that they would be ending their respective runs, which gave their producers time to plan for a finale that would be jam-packed with action, suspense, danger, and a guaranteed lump in the throat finish. With Turnabout Intruder, when Turnabout Intruder went into production, cast and crew were hoping against hope to hear that there would be a 4th season for the show. Alas, the show's death knell was sounded not long after the episode wrapped. Despite the absence of a heroic send-off, everyone involved in the episode gave 100%, especially William Shatner, who came down with a bad case of the flu during filming. The behind-the-scenes crew had given the script the joking title, Captain Kirk, Space Queen. It was up to Shatner to avoid camping up his performance to the point where the episode was no longer Star Trek. That couldn't have been easy for a man who loved to make others laugh. Anyone who spent time with the actor knows how much he enjoys playing or telling a joke. While there indeed was on-set clowning associated with the episode, when the cameras rolled, all signs of a campy drag queen disappeared. Wait a minute. And William Shatner disappeared into Captain Kirk, or rather, Captain Kirk as possessed by a half-crazed, power-mad female. Shatner's performance, altering the tone of his voice, his mannerisms, the range of his facial expressions, even the way he stood, revealed his early theatrical training and made the episode memorable in its own unique way.
I do want to correct myself. Earlier, I mentioned Marvin Hamlish from Star Trek The Next Generation. It wasn't Marvin Hamlish. It was Leonard Maislish. I don't know what that makes me in terms of what concentric circle of hell, but it was a misspoke. I misspoke.
Yeah, I
As
was
T.
wondering what you were
Roddenberry's.
getting at there, and I thought, well, he must have meant someone else named Marvin or something. But
No, I got my M last name, my M-lishes.
okay,
I don't know.
no
Anyway,
problem. Well, you caught it.
sorry.
That's cool.
But I think that the performance by Bill is actually really good in terms of his posture, the way he moves, and also I think that Sandra does a great job as playing Captain Kirk. She's a little sour, but I guess that's how I would feel if I were trapped in somebody else's body.
I think so too. I think she does a great job considering she's just on the set for this episode, and so she has to figure it out on the spot. And so she does a good job, I think, also. Although, yeah, Shatner does get his gait right quite a bit. It's weird.
No, I still say there's some good thick slices of ham, but
oh yeah, it's still hammy.
I
but it's good.
hope you have the clip.
No clips.
I didn't get any clips today. I'm sorry. Which clip do you want? I can go pull it from the thing. Which one?
No, that's okay.
Tell me one, and I can get one.
It's the one where he's, in the, briefing / courtroom, where he's pounding his fist and doing all that. Kind of reminds me of Lord Garth.
Yes. Well, and that's one of the things and we'll get there when we get there. We'll get there with the mutiny trial.
Yeah, the mutiny.
It is mutiny, deliberate, vindictive, insane at its base. It's like, mutiny is usually deliberate. It's like an old supervisor talking, yelling at all of us workers. He would say, deliberate insubordination. It's like, insubordination usually is deliberate. Thank you very much for telling us that. Love him. I love the life he led. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, and that's the thing. And I wanted to sort of discuss the relationship between Dr. Lester and Dr. Coleman. I don't subscribe to Dr. Cuckman because as Kirk even says at the beginning of the episode, it's like, you tortured me for everything. It was a living hell being in a relationship with you. And they do make mention several times how much she is sort of resentful of her own womanhood. And I don't think that Dr. Coleman has a sexual relationship with Janice, because at this point she's so far gone that she just isn't going to allow any man to sort of have their way with her body. And so I think that they are co-workers, colleagues, and he fell in love with her and rebuked all of his sort of affections. And even at the end, he's like so overjoyed, and it's like, oh, thank God you're a woman again. But she hates it. And it's like, I don't think that they ever had any, bikini times. I think that
I don't think so either.
I think that this is absolutely, she's punishing everyone and herself for the cards that she was dealt.
Because he's completely miserable the whole episode.
Well,
so he doesn't look like
I meant it in the sense that he's a soy boy. He's very weak.
Well, seriously, why does he support
beta male, written across his forehead?
But he is referenced in his Starfleet records through McCoy as he is administratively incompetent. He made horrible medical decisions.
Right.
I think he's just a dim-witted boob who fell in love with an angry lady.
Well, and he killed a bunch of people.
He did.
Yeah, I know. It's like, but that's a valid reading.
Although, is it progressive that he still loves her in Captain Kirk's body? I don't understand.
Well, let's not go there.
Well, no, but there is.
But
there is a performance.
Like what Scotty said, like what you said earlier, Scotty, that at the end he's relieved that she's a woman again. So,
and there is a performance aspect to it, where even
from Shatner,
Putin's cat says "ew."
Yeah, well, Shatner improvised that. If you're referring to the shoulder touch, that Shatner improvised that.
Well, and if you're going to comfort an idiot boob, you might as well just be like, "There, boy, there."
Yeah, right. I agree. And Shatner improvised that, so I thought that was pretty cool because it's not in the script. So, yeah.
Hey, Cashflow Hustles is in the chat. I don't recall seeing Cashflow Hustles in this chat
I don't
before, so
recognize that
welcome.
name. Yeah,
Hello there.
welcome.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome, Clash Flow Hustles.
That's
He
an
says,
interesting username.
Starfleet Academy Cadet here.
Yep.
Goofy
Oh,
episode.
yeah. A stellar cadet. You
Goofy
bet.
episode, but I like it.
Like I
Yeah,
said, this
so-
is a recruitment reel for women to join Starfleet.
See, this is, but what woman? A crazy woman who kills all of her coworkers except for one?
No. All women who want to join Star. No, I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
and
I
this is
feel sorry for that actor because, like you mentioned, Jill, we're talking about him having surgery. I mean, he talks about in the Cushman book, they found a growth in the upper part of his one of his lungs, and they had to break his ribs to hack it out. And so he was pretty miserable on this set. He didn't like coming back, but he did it as a favor for Fred Freiberger. Because Freiberger had worked with the same actor on Ben Casey. So,
well, I think him seeming weak works for the character.
Yeah, I agree.
I like what Classic Comics says. Hey, Classic Comics. This Karen doesn't want to speak with your manager. She becomes your manager.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
That's awesome. And Classic Comics, congratulations on
Yes.
winning the membership from that Matt G gifted.
And also, congratulations for the comment of the day for this live stream.
Yeah. McCoy says, "You can't do this. On this ship, my medical authority is final." And
the thing is, it is, and I just don't understand how, it's my orders. It's like, no. As we learned in Corbomite Maneuver, the captain has to answer to the chief medical officer.
That's right. Yeah, the chief medical officer, when in matters of dire medical things, events, he's the final authority. He is right. And this should not be possible.
That's what really bugs me. It's like, no, you just can't say, "Whoa, it's my order." No.
And plus, and as
Dr. McCoy has final say. So Coleman, Coleman wouldn't be taking over anything.
Especially given his record, as we've already mentioned.
No, wait a minute. Wasn't Nurse Chapel a blonde? What's going on?
No, this is Loxana Troy.
Well, she's a brunette when she's Loxana. So, brunette. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's interesting that this is the only time in the original series playing Christine Chapel that she is a brunette, but when she comes back in the animated series, blonde again. And then the next time we see her in the motion picture throughout, she is brunette through and through.
Yeah. I'm a daughter of the fifth house. Whatever.
The Chalice of Reeks.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. Heir to the holy rings of Beta Z.
Excuse me.
Who are you?
You will kneel before Zod.
Wait a minute. Mixing the genres.
Well, somebody else said it already. So I was just rolling with it because I really love when she does that. And I love Major Barrett.
Me too.
And I think she's really gorgeous in this episode. I
like her.
I like her.
What was it?
Brown hair.
That's fine.
I recently saw an episode of it was the Q Junior episode of Voyager, and Janeway goes up to the replicator and says, "Coffee black." And the computer goes, "Get it yourself." And it's Major Barrett, like doing the voice of the computer in Voyager. And I just was like, yes.
That's funny. That's funny. Get it yourself.
Okay. So, we're ready on Act 2, but my notes are behind the slides. So we're and we're getting flashbacks. So Kirk is coming too.
Oh no, it's out of focus. What's the matter?
Kirk is seeing himself.
Yeah, that's
and remembers he tried to kill himself earlier.
That's right.
Like, what's going on?
No, not the sedative. I mean sedative.
And of course, McCoy tries to argue that that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he know right away, like just with this little salt shaker, that she doesn't have any radiation sickness?
Yeah.
He does. He mentions it. He says there's no indication of radiation degeneration.
Okay, good. But that would be a red flag, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and again, just piling on to, oh my God, what a sneer. But the adding on to the odd behavior of Jimmy T. Someone in the chat said that, and I'm trying to find it, but they said that one of the best things that you can do when you have sort of a body swap is character or actors sort of getting the nuances of the characters of one another. And I think that they do this to a certain extent, maybe with the tight timeline. I think that they both really do pull it off enough for me to suspend my disbelief. But also, I think it is something that's kind of like it's like Face Off with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. They really lay it on thick. Here we go. It was Mark Harkness. Body swap stories only work if both actors involved can get themselves around the other person's character. As poorly written and directed as this was, Shatner sold it, but the guest actress didn't. I'm okay with Sandra. I'm okay with her performance. I get where you're coming from, Mark Harkness, if it didn't work for you. But I think that at the beginning, Shatner's doing better, Sandra's not. And when we get to the courtroom, when she jumps into the sickbay and it's like, Bone, Spock, I'm like, yes, I'm fine. You are Kirk. But yeah, there are moments where it falls in and out. But I thought that was really, that is a great process in which to gauge the story, is if the actors are doing their thing. And that's why I'm curious if Bill was like doing any sort of like line readings or pre-performance for reference of the guest actors.
Oh, yeah. He does pull it off. Putin's cat says if Janice could have been cooler, she could have pulled it off.
Janice Kirk, I like that.
Janice Kirk, yeah.
Or Jim Lester.
An improved script was Turnabout Intruder. Lester takes Kirk's body, but the swap is discovered as Kirk orders the bridge furnishings rearranged for a dozen times. What's going on? Oh no.
That's one of three, so you got to read the other two.
Kirk in Lester's body had been seen singing, I enjoy being a girl. Yeah. Logic saves the day when Spock points out the captain can only have 3 changes of clothes. Kirk, as a woman, cannot strip to the waist once per episode, thus violating his contract.
Yeah. Jill, what's the song I Enjoy Being a Girl from? What musical?
Captain Marvel.
Flower drum song. Rodgers and Hammerstein.
I don't know that at all.
Yeah.
I have not had an opportunity to meet the rest of the crew.
Oh,
do you know Gilbert and Sullivan?
I should have starred that, because now, where is it? Where was I?
I've been
if I miss anybody's chat,
place, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I appreciate that. There's so much chat, and I don't want to miss anything good, which I know I have already. Oh, Classic Comics thinks Farscape handled the body swapping better.
Oh yeah, and Cash Flow Hustle.
Oh, with the villain and the main character. I think that's what it was.
Oh,
it's been a while since I've seen Farscape.
How about the remake of Freaky Friday with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis? That they're brilliant in that one.
Oh, and there's another one. There's another remake with Vince Vaughn and Sydney Sweeney, I think, where Vince Vaughn plays a serial killer and goes into Sydney Sweeney's body, and Vince Vaughn plays a teenage girl. But
no!
Oh yeah! Oh no! It's good. Well, I wouldn't say good. It's schlocky fun.
Schlock,
but Cash Flow.
Yeah.
Cash Flow Hustle says my absolute favorite body swap episode was 7 of 9 and the Doctor.
Yeah,
Hilarious.
that's what I was gonna say just now. Oh my god, that is my favorite. The Doctor gets to finally eat food. He is just dying over cheesecake. It is incredible acting
Cheesecake.
on part of Jerry Ryan. She does an incredible Doctor impression. And yeah, cheesecake. I have that clip somewhere. I need to go find it and bring it in here so I can play it every once in a while.
Delicious.
That's a good one.
Now I want cheesecake.
At maximum speed, Starbase 2 would still meet emergency. Oh, that's Spock's line. That's it. So Janice says Kirk is on the bridge thinking she's got everything. She's got her plan. She knows what she's doing. She knows what the Enterprise is doing. She somehow got all of the mission logs and knows what's happening.
Look how Janice Kirk sits in the chair. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think this is accurate.
I do really enjoy this. Is one of those situations where we get to see a lot of Chekhov and Sulu, and when they're not actually doing anything, they are just sort of, okay, that's a button, I'll press that. Oh, okay, I'll check out the scope. Like, there is the business that they're doing as helmsman and navigator, I think, are fantastic, and I do adore it when I see Chekhov and Sulu being besties, or at least co-workers.
Oh yes, and we do get to see them band together at the end also, and I think that's a really good moment for them, which is good that they got it.
Yeah, that's a highlight for me.
And
Chekhov
so
and
Spock
Sulu.
is saying that the Benicia colony is too primitive to solve the issues that Janice supposedly has, which she doesn't have, which Spock should know because McCoy knows. But whatever. But in any case, Spock says if we go at maximum warp, we can get to Starbase 2. They have better facilities. And nope. Janice, won't do it. So she argues with Spock, and she doesn't realize that he's there. I guess she just didn't account for Spock's intelligence here. Because it definitely throws her off guard.
Yep. The beginning of her undoing.
I think so.
Or maybe a little bit with McCoy as well. So, oh, hey, it's Angela Martine. I mean, Lieutenant Lysa.
Oh, Tomlin. I'm so sorry for Tomlin.
David Tomlinson, or is it?
Yeah. Oh. Balance of Terror.
Yep, Balance of Terror and Shore Leave.
And Shore Leave. Yes. Oh yeah.
Angela
she did get over it. She did get over him
rather quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not production order, it was broadcast order. They were back to back. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, because of her couldn't. Nichelle Nichols was doing singing.
Yep, singing engagement. Yeah.
Yeah, she's singing somewhere, so she wasn't in the last episode. But I think she went out where she needed to go out with that the episode.
Now remember
Shabbat's Curtain.
Remember this actress playing Lieutenant Lysa, the communications officer here. She was the wife of the casting director Joe D'Agosta at the time.
Oh.
So that's why
the casting director, cool.
Yeah, so that's why she got cast 3 times here.
Well, that works.
Yeah.
Since Captain usually deals right.
Yeah.
and Spock has to explain very basic things to her.
Yeah.
So apparently Janice Lester spent a long time trying to learn how to be a starship captain, but there were still some things that she didn't quite remember.
There's that eyebrow. There we go.
Yeah, he knows something's wrong. But you know what? He knew something was wrong when it was harder to figure out, all the way back in What Little Girls Were Made Of. Spock knew that it wasn't really Kirk when it was Andrew Kirk. And it's way more obvious to tell this isn't Kirk. It's Janice Kirk.
Yeah, filing her nails. I mean, his nails. Oh, I'm so confused.
Dr. Coleman's record states that he's incompetent.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be chief medical officer. Yes, this isn't something that the starship captain should even be able to do.
Exactly. This just drove me nuts.
It
like,
is pretty
no.
bad. And how far, by the way, how far did Janice make it through Starfleet? She was in the academy. Did she graduate? Did she take up, what was her rank? I don't even know.
Yeah, don't know. She definitely wasn't Starfleet material, that's for sure.
No. Did she even get past cadet?
Well, she got to be some kind of scientist, archaeologist,
a
or something,
doctor.
whatever she's doing. She's a doctor, so
She did.
Maybe,
Well, all we know
maybe
is
a
she did.
civilian doctor.
yeah, that's true. Exactly. Pop to the rescue.
What kind of doctor?
Civilian. He Pop said
civilian.
so it's like,
That's possible.
there you go.
She might have perceived that she was going to be prejudiced against, and so she was like, screw this, I'm gonna fail anyway, so I'm just gonna be a civilian doctor. All we know for sure is that Kirk says she did her space work. And so this is so Janice Kirk. I just like that. Thanks to whomever came with that. I really like it. Just goes from argument to argument, arguing with Spock, arguing with McCoy about Coleman being incompetent. And McCoy's also saying that he's noticed that the captain is emotionally unstable and erratic since going to the planet. What's weird is coming up. Okay, so this is one of the dialogue that I get from the script, and we haven't got to it in the slides yet, but it's the weirdest thing to me. Oh wait, no, this isn't the one that's weird. This is actually Captain Kirk doing a captain's log by himself because he can't actually input it because he's not Captain Kirk. Well, he is Captain Kirk, but he's Janice Lister. He's Captain Kirk in Janice Lister's body, saying, Captain's log, stardate unknown. I have lost track of time. I'm still held captive in a strange body and separated from all my crew.
Yep, he's going to be doing. He does captain's logs in his sleep. So,
I guess he just remembers them for later and then.
Yeah, but what's even odder is when Kirk Lester does a captain's log where she exposes herself and the crime.
Yeah, is that
like,
official
what?
record? Does she input that into the computer?
I'm like,
I am an imposter.
Yeah.
Everybody, look at this log. I am telling you my crimes right here.
Yeah, and it's like, what? That's the one that threw me. I was like, wait a minute. Now with this, if Lester Kirk or whatever said captain's log supplemental, that's how they usually handled the logs that were put in later, just to help us out with
I don't know. I think seasons 1 or 2, Spock would have assumed command like in the middle of the episode.
Yeah.
Like, okay, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
I'm
assuming command. And then of course Kirk Lester, it's my ship. No.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute. I think we've been through this before.
I think that's my only issue is that I think Spock would have been on his game a little faster than he is in this episode.
Needless to say, this is not one of Nimoy's favorite episodes.
Yeah, I can imagine that. He's kind of just left on the sidelines when he is supposed to be in command in some form. Like right there at the beginning when they had that argument and Kirk didn't even know the basic rules. That should have been it.
Yeah.
And so Kirk is trying to explain to somebody who is not going to listen to him and tells Coleman tells Chapel to sedate him again, and that Janice is crazy. Do you think she's Captain Kirk? So that is
No, not another sedative.
yeah.
Sedative.
Why do you keep saying sedative?
That's from Young Frankenstein. Sedative. Anyway,
Oh, okay. Put the candle back. That movie. All right.
yes. Put the
Gotcha.
candle back.
I think Kirk must have realized he was a woman before looking in the mirror.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what? Yeah.
But I guess the shock of the mirror really pulls him.
We got to have that
in.
mirror.
Stupid place to put a mirror.
I must have sounded quite mad to you before, but I'm all better now.
Yeah,
yeah. Can I have some grape juice, please? No.
Could I? Yeah, please talk to McCoy or Spock. But then Chapel's like, oh no, it's against the rules to talk to McCoy. It's against the rules to talk to the chief medical officer of the starship. Chapel. Okay, so I don't like episodes that make the crew have to be dumb in order for the episode to exist. But that is a big red flag again. They're all over the place. Well,
and I guess this is the part where I'm just like, okay, she sounds like Kirk.
You think so?
Enough for me to let it slide. Yeah,
she certainly acts like Kirk. She doesn't just lay around and do nothing. Mm-hmm. She's very quick to break the glass and use it to break the restraints on her bed. Definitely what Kirk would do.
Well, and it is like we will see a moment where she does break free and she's running down the corridor, and I'm like, from what you said that Bill may have insensitively inferred, is that yes, she is a curvy lady, and yeah. I think the first time I ever saw this, I hated her so much, and it's always been off-putting. And every subsequent watch of this episode, I'm like, it's the character. I'm supposed to hate her when she's Janice. And I hate her more because of Shatner's performance.
Yeah, his portrayal of her shows her extreme insanity, and why I hated that. I used to hate the episode is because I thought that was the show's representation of women, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't jive with the entire rest of Star Trek at all. So eventually I realized I was wrong, and that this is only her. This is only the way Janice behaves, not women in general. I am the captain of the Pinafore. And a right good captain, too, says J.G. Paynes.
I have a question about location.
Sure.
The room that Spock and McCoy are in right now. If I remember right, I know there's more than one episode, but one example is Charlie X. But I thought that the room that Janice Lester is in is right around the corner from where Spock and Bones are right now. Because remember, they were in this room engaging and talking, and right around the corner is where they find that one guy that was Charlie X killed. That probably doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it made sense.
Yeah, in previous episodes, there's an adjoining room. But in this episode, it's like, no, it's the room that Janice is in is further down the corridor than what we're used to. Yes. And it's like, it kind of, that threw me off too. It's like, wait a minute, we haven't seen this before. So
right.
Once again, I blame the director.
The director made Captain Kirk walk through a wall.
Yes, yeah, thank you. I was going to bring that up at that moment, but you got it, Jill.
So
that caused a bit of a kerfuffle on the set, between Shatner and the director. It's like, no, wait a minute. The fans know this ship forwards and backwards. They're going to know that the doors are over here and not over there.
Right. That door there, that's okay, to Spock's right, goes out to the corridor. But behind Spock, there's the door that as soon as you step, there's the door, you can see the frame. You can step right around that, and you would see Janice Lester lying in her bed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's in sick bay. She's in sick bay. It's got to be the adjoining, at least one of the adjoining rooms to that, instead of further down the corridor. It's like weird.
I guess they're establishing that there's more than one sick bay.
I guess.
Well, you know how you have when you go to a hospital and there's like an emergency ward and recovery ward, and it seems that Janice is in her own sort of private room. So I don't discount it, but I do. It's a good observation in terms of
it is. It is. It's not the normal sick bay. You're absolutely right. It's a different one. So, Edge Time says you've done a man's work, Jill. Straker probably. No, not Straker. It's Gaff from Blade Runner, right?
Oh, that's true too.
Work.
Yeah,
you've done a man's job.
Blade Runners.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know what? Maybe Straker said it too. I don't remember. I haven't seen all of the Strakers yet. All of the UFOs. Mark Harkness says, I've read David Gerald discuss the plans they had if TOS made it to season 4. William Campbell's Koloth becoming a semi-regular. Ooh. More Klingon episodes would have been a solid lift.
And there was also supposed to be a Harry Mudd episode in season 4, and they had plans. It's not like the House of Cards fell apart and everyone threw their hands in the air and said, "Forget it."
Yeah, they knew things looked iffy, but they kept going just in case.
And some of those ideas they transferred over to the animated series, like the More Troubles, More Troubles. That was originally planned for season 4.
Yeah, more troubles. Yeah,
exactly. And Scotty's favorite episode, Bem.
Oh yeah, Bem was a David Gerald episode.
Yep.
I'm glad they made it animated because that colony creature wouldn't have been convincing in live action.
Yeah, that would have been a tough one.
It would have been weirder because it would have been people stacked up on top of each other, like like you're in a trench coat at a fair. So it would have been. I'm glad it's animated.
No Three Stooges plot, yeah.
Yeah, in David Gerald's book, The World of Star Trek, he talks about his script ideas for Bem.
Oh, and Franco Walker says to Cashflow, I've learned so much about TOS from this stream. I recommend you watch the back episodes and if and when you have the time.
Yay.
Thank you, Franco.
I agree, and thank you for the shout out, Franco. You're correct.
Well, Lister is insane. It would not be a surprise for Lester to brag about the crime, even if it would be absurd to do so. In the meantime, Lester would still be allowed to record messages. Yeah, but then people would read it, and then they'd be like, "Okay."
Yeah, I mean, it's in the official record, and it's anyone from Starfleet, command reviewing that. It's just, to me, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, is that she's just because of the bonkers, the madness, but still it's just doesn't quite work for me. But
well, it is a little bit frustrating when both Janice Kirk and Jim Lester are both giving Captain Log updates, and it's like, to who?
Yeah.
To what? You're obviously just speaking to the audience to keep us up to speed after the last commercial break.
It's just for narration.
Yeah. And this is like dead giveaway. Karate chopping a sick woman. What the heck's going on? This isn't the captain.
Yeah, Captain Kirk, who said to Charlie X, there is no right way to hit a woman.
Yeah. You got that right.
And yet he does it all the time. Remember
I know.
Shauna from the Gamesters of Trade Skellion. And
oh, Shauna.
I know he has done it.
Kalinda, the Kelvin.
But this one is just like a bitch slap out of nowhere. And,
Yeah, that hurt. It hurt watching that.
Oh,
That's like,
yeah,
oh
she
dear.
was.
Yeah.
But again, it's something that
it hurts. Yeah, it does.
it reinforces the suspicions of McCoy.
Oh yeah. And Spock.
And Spock. And so
Yeah.
as far as the security guys are concerned, I guess they just showed up to a crumpled body. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't seen this episode in so long. I completely forgot about that, and that kind of caught me by surprise. It's like, oh dear.
Yeah. Cash Flow says Janice Rand was great in season 1. Yeah, she was. And season 2.
She wasn't in season 2.
Oh, she wasn't in season 2?
No,
Why do I feel like she was in season 2?
She didn't make it through all of season 1.
Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. She did. Oh, I wish she was in it longer.
Though
I put her in season she's not in because I love her. I'm sorry.
Though
guys.
the blonde yeoman in the Squire of Gothos, so I thought she would have been a good replacement. But they didn't keep her. She just starred in one episode.
Well, when Janice Rand left, that was the end of that romance, and nobody else could take her place. Apparently, it was over.
Well,
But
I don't
that's
know.
also well, but that's something that just happens in episodic television. It's more interesting to bring a new actress in once a week so that there's a romance, a fresh face, and we're all very well aware that she's not coming back for the next episode. So there's no building, there's no serialization, as was par for the course in the 1960s. Like you want it to be individual and standalone. Although sorry, I just absolutely am wrong, because in this episode there are references to the Tholian web, and so there is still continuity.
And the empath.
Is that the empath? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Tholian web and the empath are the two references that Lester Kirk gives to Spock.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a test that should have proved that this is not Captain Kirk. I was like, all right, this test sounds great. It's gonna prove that this isn't really Captain Kirk because she is insane, and therefore a machine that supposedly scans your body to tell your emotional structure should show.
It should, but it's like, but it doesn't.
But it doesn't.
And I'm like, what? Again, I was thinking, I hadn't seen this episode in so long. I was thinking, oh, okay, this is where everything begins to unravel. And it's like, nope, guess again.
Because they got to extend the drama.
The drama.
But it's also the benefit of having had a year-long relationship. Like they do have a past, and so she would be able to emulate what she considered to be Kirk, and especially in his formative years. So I'm kind of okay with it, but I understand people who get frustrated with it and think it's stupid.
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
Okay, that's fine. You're wrong, Jill. What a waste of 79 episodes.
Well, Spock says complete life entity transfer with the aid of a mechanical device. So we're coming up on the scene where Spock finally does a mind meld because he can't figure it out like normal. Like he normally could just figure it out. But I guess this proves it to him. And so I'm glad for that. And then that's when Spock finally believes that Janice is inhabited by Captain Kirk by touching his mind.
Which he recently did to erase the memory of that robot lady.
All right, forget.
Oh, and Scotty, did you watch the replay of Requiem for Methuselah? Because a couple of us we forgot that Kirk does say his last line. Part of his last line is, "If only I could forget."
Yeah, so that means that he wanted.
He actually did say that he wanted to forget, because we were kind of stuck.
He doesn't specifically, but he doesn't specifically say, "Spock, please use your magic mind powers to."
But one of us on the panel remembered, and then it all came back. But you had already left the stream by then, I think.
That makes sense.
Yes.
But I forgot to. I should
Yes,
have.
he
I should have said
doesn't.
something earlier about that. But I thought, I wonder what Scotty would think now. You know,
It's been said before. Scotty does not watch the show.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I'm not a football player. I don't have to go back to the tape.
Oh.
Maybe I
Although
should.
maybe
It
we
has
should.
been said.
Sometimes we should. Yeah. It's called I forget what it's called. But yeah, it's a
It's
thing you
called
should do.
research and improvement, and that is something that I am absolutely devoid of. So I apologize.
I've got
there's
some
some
many
that I just don't even want to revisit because I'm like, I think I was a joik.
A joik, like Bugs Bunny would say.
That's right.
Yeah, there's so many of them that from the first year that I need to watch because I've watched Arena and Devil in the Dark, and I need to watch more.
You do.
Yeah, because
they're all great.
Because it's when you were actually live doing Arena. I was on a late lunch hour, and that's how I discovered. It's like I knew you had a channel, but then that was where I saw you actually doing your live stream. It's like, oh, if only I didn't have to work, I could be on, in the chat and commenting.
And one day that came true, but we had already gotten past all of the really cool things.
I know.
Most of the really cool things. There was still some cool stuff in season 3, and I'm glad you were here for this. But
yeah, so am I. I'm so glad you have me on the.
I
channel,
haven't.
Even though it's late in the game.
Yeah, I haven't done my top 10 yet, but I did find out what episodes I gave A's to. I have 36.
Yeah.
I have 36 A's.
Yeah, if you could share that on our Discord, I'd like to know all the A episodes.
Wait, you have a Discord?
I got a Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, you're allowed on it.
Oh. Huh.
If you wanted to be, but
yeah,
you're just not.
There's nothing stopping you, Scotty.
You just have to connect your Discord with your YouTube. Anybody can do it. If you have a Anti-Derivative Avengers level or higher, you can be on my Discord.
Huh. Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that now's a good time to advertise your Discord.
Yeah,
sweet.
That's right.
I do want to, as we all know through the reviews, and I wish Sub Commander Tall was here.
Me too.
But I do have a bit of a man crush on Eddie Paskey as Mr. Leslie, but I am happy to see Lieutenant Galway here. Thank you, Lieutenant Galway, for your service.
Yeah, let me see.
And the security officer that I christened Ensign Stanley, he actually does have a name. So it's Limley or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. And he finally gets a line.
Yep, and he finally gets to say something. You got it.
Aye, sir.
Yep, exactly.
90% of the complaints of the supporting cast. Head factor 2, Captain. And I'll come back next week to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, Spock tries to free Lester Kirk. And
I think that, like, listening to Spock's testimony here, I think he's as frustrated with the story as everyone in the audience. And it's interesting. I find this one interesting because I see a lot more Leonard Nimoy in makeup than I do Spock.
Yeah, that's
and it's well known. Like there are interviews with Leonard Nimoy saying that the writing had gone downhill in terms of characterization and plotting, and so his frustration was palpable. And even when he did give that interview, I think it was for the Television Arts and Sciences or something. There's a YouTube channel, and you can find out all about it. And he does say when it was done, it was almost like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder just because of the drop in the quality.
Yeah.
And while I may not be 100% holding that banner, I do understand his perspective.
Yeah,
And that must be frustrating for him because he really loves his character and he put so much into it, and to see it just not be up to itself, not stand up to what it used to be.
Yeah, what
must have been hard.
Yeah, what you guys have been just discussing with Leonard Nimoy, that's reflected in Cushman's book for this the chapter on this particular episode, because he does quote Nimoy a few times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess it makes sense if he wasn't happy with this one.
Yeah.
But Stone Racket, could you read Captain's log that Janice Lester recites in Captain Kirk's voice?
Oh dear, that I don't know if I'm up to that performance.
I can do it.
Captain's log, stardate 5930.3. The results of Dr. McCoy's examination have given me complete confidence in myself. My fears are past. I shall function freely as the captain. I am the captain of the Enterprise, in fact.
Can I give it a go?
Oh, certainly.
Sure.
I want to do it. I want to do it as Janice. So, Captain's logs, stardate 5930.3. The results of Dr. McCoy's examination have given me complete confidence in myself. My fears are past. I shall function freely as captain. I am the captain of the Enterprise, in fact.
Are you doing the limp?
Janet Lester.
Did you do a limp wrist while you read that? Did you?
No.
No.
Why is Janice Lester a Valley girl? What's going on?
Because that's what she is. Come on, let's be serious.
Okay,
Did you brush your hair with your hand? When you,
I was doing my nails the entire time.
You're doing your nails.
Hey, Sentai Ranger Donnie is here with a new name tag. Nice to see you, Sentai Ranger Donnie. More phenomenal.
Yeah. Hello to Sentai Ranger Donnie. I did notice his name change on Friday, and
you mean he's not Don Power Ranger anymore?
Don Ranger Power.
Ranger Power.
Yeah. Well, no, he's combined his love of Sentai and Power Rangers and his name.
There you go.
It's perfect.
What about his avatar? Is that?
He also says it's the 100th birthday of Henry Mancini.
Oh,
hey,
Henry Mancini.
That panther is pink.
Yeah, and remember, Jill, the Pink Panther is a diamond.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's not a cartoon panther.
In the Pink Panther movie and Return of the Pink Panther, it's refers to the diamond, but with Fritz Freeling doing the animation for the titles, that's where we got the actual Pink Panther cartoon character.
And that's what I actually watched when I was a kid. I had no idea about the movies until just this past year.
If only I could have called you, I could have told you while you were watching.
Well, I was watching the cartoons. Hey,
yeah,
watch these movies also.
Jill, there's someone named Stone Racket on the phone for you. What?
That's gonna be weird.
I'm building a time machine. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna change history so that Star Trek, the original series, had 7 seasons.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. But it would have pushed the movies ahead, but behind.
Well, I
changed everything.
I would have started the show in the fall of '64, and would have gone, and then we could still have the movie by '79.
Mm-hmm.
I'll work it out
right.
with Roddenberry and Paramount. Okay, guaranteed.
Okay,
no.
okay. I trust you. Let's do this. Build the time machine. Wait a minute. We can't do that. Oh no! Let's just get the Garden of Forever.
Yeah, that cosmic donut or whatever you want to call it.
A retcon. For as
Nice.
long as your star has burned bright, I have longed for a retcon.
Yeah.
So Kirk, with Janice Lester in his body, uses ridicule, uses that really illogical kind of argument of just making fun of somebody to bring down their argument.
Yeah,
Catty
and
passive
then
aggression.
the tisk tisking, the finger wagging. Oh boy, that's where I just it's like I throw up my hands in frustration. Shatner, what the heck are you doing?
And that's also why I hated this episode when I first watched it. It's just like, oh, not being able to see Kirk act like himself. It kind of hurts. There's a
Oh
finger.
no!
I got the finger.
I must avert my gaze.
But this so reminded me, and I kind of, again, speaking of retcons, is that when he does this, I immediately got taken into Star Trek 3, and it's like, come now. New minds, fresh ideas. And I was like, Scotty, you just have to say Janice? Shut up, Scotty. That's a low blow.
So the 365 book says something else. Let's read it. I'm going to pause this. So when Kirk starts to behave erratically in Turnabout Intruder, McCoy insists that the captain report to sickbay for a thorough examination. The exam doesn't establish anything about Kirk's increasingly bizarre actions, but it does provide an ironic visual symmetry to the series. The first episode of Star Trek to be filmed following the two pilots, the Cobra Maneuver, was also the first to feature DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy. During a scene in which McCoy gives bare-chested Kirk a stress test on what appears to be an upside-down stair climber, viewers got their first taste of McCoy's gruff but instantly likable personality and his stubborn belief that the doctor's responsibility to his patient trumps that of the chief medical officer to his captain. Wait, what? Okay, you know what I mean. And
Yeah,
I think that is just written kind of clunkily.
There's a red alert going on, and he continues with his examination of the captain, and then of course, what am I,
Moon
doctor
shuttle
or
conductor?
moon shuttle conductor?
Yeah. Flash forward to the very last episode of Star Trek, and viewers find the two men poised in the same positions, performing the same activities, but the mood is much darker. There's none of the humorous interplay viewers saw before. It's emblematic of the change of tone in the series itself during the season, its third season. Nowhere so apparent as in this episode, which has absolutely none of Star Trek's trademark light moments.
Yeah.
No funny visual sparring between McCoy and Spock. No humorous comment from Kirk to the bridge crew as the ship heads for its next destination. The episode and the series ends as McCoy escorts the insane Janice Lester, now back in her own body, down a corridor, and Kirk, Spock, and Scotty enter a turbo lift, presumably heading back to work. Kirk expresses regret and a bit of guilt over Lester's breakdown. Spock says something mildly reassuring. Scotty says nothing, and the door closes. Oh, that brought us to the end of the episode, even though we're not quite there yet here in the script. You do not belong in charge of the Enterprise, and I shall do everything in my power against you. And this is what Spock says in this episode. And finally, so how far are we into the episode? It's at the end of the episode when Spock finally does what I think he would have done in before the middle of the episode.
I have a feeling that Spock would. I'm trying to explain this. I think Spock should have said, the way it should have been written is everything in my authority, not everything in my power.
That makes sense.
I like that. I like that line change. That's good. Also, I got this clip for Stone Racket.
It is mutiny!
Deliberate.
Malicious
right.
wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, mutiny.
It is mutiny, deliberate, vindictive, insane at its base. But mutiny is charged, an encouragement to mutiny. Dr. McCoy, Mr. Scott, you heard it. On the basis of these statements, I call for an immediate vote. By the powers granted to me as captain of the Enterprise, a recess is declared to be followed by a vote. And
Well, and then
we
when
get the corridor scene with McCoy and Scott. And I think this is a good one.
Hey, it's Barb Balaban. It's that lady who was supposed to get married and didn't.
Yeah, aw.
Tomlinson died. What's the big deal?
Tomlinson.
Or was she Tomlinson? I forget.
No. Tomlinson died.
No, that's a shame.
I called him Tomlin earlier, but I forgot the son.
Yeah.
So, actually, I want somebody to read the Scotty quote. Who does the best Scotty? I think that might be Stone Racket.
Oh, what did you want me to do? I was looking at the Cushman book.
Reading one of the best quotes in this episode.
I can do it as a Valley Girl.
I want Stone Racket to do it as Scotty.
Well, let's see if
makes
I can.
sense.
Doctor. I've seen the captain feverish, sick, drunk, delirious, terrified, overjoyed, boiling mad. But up to now, I have never seen him red-faced with hysteria. I know how I'm going to vote. That's not too good, but...
No, that was great.
No, I enjoyed it, yeah. I enjoyed the scene, too.
Yeah.
This is one good character scene.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Because you could feel the power of how they're going to have to...
Yeah.
They're going to have to mutiny. They're going to have to put everything on the line.
Yeah, this to me is the highlight of the episodes. These two in the corridor. But unbeknownst to all of us, there's some kind of recording device out here.
Yeah, that's convenient.
And Lieutenant Lysa somehow can just flip a switch and play it back.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a nice production attention to detail, although they weren't necessarily doing that, is if one of the lights on the comm panels was on.
Oh, I would have liked that to connect it. We'll have to take over the ship.
That's enough. I know what we said.
We're talking about mutiny. Aye.
Mm-hmm. And the sentence is death? What?
Which is another great reference callback to season 1. The death penalty is forbidden except for General Order 4, and no one on this ship has violated that. General Order 4, obviously going to Talos 4.
No, that's General Order 7. They screwed it up.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah, that's right. And
but I'm sure they're referring to the Talos 4 because that was the only death penalty left on the book. So
that's what they said.
So
Mendez says that. Mendez
exactly.
Says that's
Commodore Mendez, otherwise known as Two-Face.
Only Fleet Command knows why Fleet Command.
Otherwise known as the thief from outer space on Lost in Space. Malachi Throne.
All right, so I've been missing the chat here, and especially since Donnie's arrived.
Can we catch up in the chat?
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Mark Harkness says, which edition of the World of Star Trek? I don't recall discussions of BEM in my second edition copy.
Yeah, Mark Harkness. I may have mistaken. That may be in David Gerald's Trouble with Tribbles book. He may have discussed BEM in that one. So I may have that mixed up.
And there's actually a rather recent animated series book that's really beautiful. I have it, but I don't know where I put it.
Because the same year that the World of Star Trek came out, he also had a book dedicated to the Trouble with Tribbles. So it's in one of those two books. At least the copies I got back in 73, 74, sometime around there.
I need more Star Trek books.
Well, and
Janice
it's so in.
passes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. They had to get rid of Janice because Kirk needed to be free to pancake.
Oh, I didn't quite hear that. What'd you say, Jill? No.
Bang aliens.
Yes, that's what I said.
To have Whoopi with alien women. Okay.
Whoopi.
Yeah, I didn't know how that
Yeah.
sentence was going to end. I should have read it before. I love mini season 3 episodes, says Cashflow Hustles. I don't dislike season 3 as much as I thought I was going to, but there is a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems.
Yeah, there are a lot of problems, but there are for me there are quite a few A episodes, at least the ones I gave an A to. So I have a top 10 list that's all A's and B's.
And when we do our full recap next week, that'll be.
I don't even know how many B's I have.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I know some of the episodes in the last part of my top 10 third season favorites are B, like that Which Survives and Savage Curtain. Those are B episodes. Those are 9 and 10 on my top 10 list of third season Star Trek episodes. But
well, and I think that this rewatch has been Star Trek season 3, or how I learned to stop, or how I stopped worrying and learned to love. I've always avoided season 3, and us going through it this way.
Me too.
Is like, yeah, no, I'm gonna watch them. They're back on the menu.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot to like, even in episodes that aren't so good. Sentai Ranger Donnie says, I love the music of John Williams and Hans Zimmer, as well as Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, and to remind us of the music in Star Trek too. To boldly have snoo with alien women. Hey, how come I have an easier time when he says snoo than when someone says bang? Why do I like snoo better?
Because it's cute.
I'm a big fan of the word coitus.
Yeah, I guess everybody has their preference.
I'm a big fan of the word boff.
Ooh.
Like Babylon 5. Did you say boff? Anyway, that's kind of obscure, but that's in Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so was Chekhov.
Yes, as Bester, it's a tribute to Alfred Bester, great science fiction writer.
This is such a strange incorporation at the end, to find out that if the captain has the support of security, then the rest of the crew is basically impotent to do anything. I find that is this sort of the way that those other crazy captains sort of broke Starfleet protocols by like, okay, security's on my side, so you'll have to do everything I say. Like, it feels very mirror universe, and I don't like it, because all of a sudden everyone's afraid of security, and I don't think that that's how Starfleet would work. But
yeah,
I think they wouldn't have gone this far. I don't think Chekhov and Sulu would have even put anybody in the brig.
That's a great phase.
Yeah.
And this comes out of nowhere. Like, all of a sudden Spock can do, like, finger things on the neck. And it's like, oh yeah, no, we're good.
What is that even doing? What is this?
Well,
I don't even know.
I don't think it's any Vulcanian. No, I don't think it's anything to do with the Vulcan technique. I think this is the transfer is losing its how do I say it? The transfer isn't permanent. And can be lost, but I don't think Spock is doing anything to produce this effect.
Okay, so he's just monitoring her, and
I don't know. I just didn't get that, but then again, who knows?
He caught her by the neck, which is weird.
Yeah, but it's a for all I know, Nimoy said, well, let's do kind of a Vulcan thing. I'll just hold her like this. I have no idea.
Oh no, it's fine.
You know,
It's okay.
I mean, if you guys want to go with that, Spock maybe helping to produce this effect, you know, where the transfer is losing its grip, so to speak. That's fine too. You know. You know, it's like this episode needs a lot of help.
Well, and Scotty's final line is, "The bridge is where you belong."
Yeah.
Well, and also like in everything that's going on, like this is another one of those, the crew getting together, even though they are divided by the circumstance of the episode. I really appreciate that it's like when Scotty says, if Spock has something, then that's good enough for me. And McCoy is like, but I've seen all the medical stuff and I know you're right, but I have no backup. And then they have that little conversation and it's like, headquarters has its problems, but we have ours. How are we going to solve this? And it is much more of a galvanization of the crew. And I do appreciate that. Whenever I get to see these guys hang out, do their jobs and be, you know, tight knit as a community, I love it. Like I was trying to find the monologue that Christopher Plummer does in Star Trek VI, because I think that is a perfect encapsulation of how I feel about all of the original series with the movies included. It's like, for 1/4 of a century, I never found it, so I'm going to paraphrase. It's like they have been our mentors, our protectors, and our friends. And we invite you to join us on one final adventure. And it's like, that is how I view these guys, like, and women. Like I say guys as a collective of awesome people. Like I really enjoy that. Yeah. Who do you want on your side in a fight? Kirk? Sure. Will you take Chekhov? Yes. How about Sulu? Uh-huh. Scotty? Uh-huh. How about Uhura? Well, she was a drill thrall. So I'm fine with any of these people coming to my aid, and I love them all.
Definitely.
I do too. And I think it's lovely that you did a great job of paraphrasing what you wanted to quote without even having to find it. And so
someone in the chat's going to say I'm wrong, but it's fine.
And well, if they have a better transcript, then they can give it to us.
Well, no, but it's okay because I am wrong.
No, you're right in the spirit of it.
Yeah, the spirit of it, yeah.
And that's what counts.
Uh-oh.
Let's dispatch this crazy doctor.
They fight.
I can't wait for this to be over.
And this is just so bizarre. And I've seen the GIF of this particular, with him rolling around against the wall, and I'm like, what the heck is that from? Now I know. When I rewatch this episode.
I got this right at the beginning here. I got the GIFs.
Yeah, it's like, yep.
There he is.
That's Emmy Award winning stuff, let me tell you. And that too.
There you go. Those are the essential gifts for this episode.
Yeah.
I knew I would need them.
Yeah.
Well, and
I will not go back to being Janice
Lester. Oh, I could do this whole thing.
Well, and that's something that they could have explored, but they really didn't. And I'm glad that they didn't. This is probably 1960s and whatnot. But like, there could have been an opportunity to say, and I think it's presented well in the character, is that maybe Janice was just a huge narcissist. And when she had the opportunity to be Kirk and then force himself upon her, or herself upon him, like there could have been some kind of weird, sexy thing going on, but it was all power dynamics as opposed to that narcissism or being attracted to herself. And I really get that sense of self-loathing that Dr. Lester had. Notice how I'm stopping calling her Janice, because F Janice. It's Dr. Lester. She's just an insane person.
Yeah, a mad scientist.
Also, just one more thing. Can you imagine an alternate universe where it was Star Trek II, The Wrath of Janice?
Oh no.
They bring back this lady to play Dr. Lester.
Well, and we're coming on the end, which has one of the biggest problems of the episode.
Harv Bennett picking this episode. Hey, we got to revisit this.
Yeah.
It's like a nightmare.
And you killed my beloved Dr. Coulson.
Coleman.
Yeah, that would be a great. That would just be a great parody, Star Trek parody. It kind of almost writes itself, Scotty.
So there you go. Take that. Take that basket.
Kill him! Ah!
Well, see, now Lester is going to be in her original body very soon. This is the end of her being inhabiting Captain Kirk.
And there she goes. Back to her
Lester
body.
can kill Kirk as in her body.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a flashback.
That is a flashback. What the heck? Oh,
with that universal remote.
Well, it's a matter of how it happened in the first place. Let's not forget this is a story that is hanging very loosely on a clothesline. We have to accept so many things.
Yeah.
We might as well show how it happened because people probably, people.
Why did the transference weaken and break? I guess it just was on a timer this whole time. It was never going to be for very long.
I'm never going to be the captain.
She needed to bring that giant device with her from the ruin.
Yeah.
She had to bring it to the ship. We gotta reset.
From what I understand, based on the absolutely ridiculous flimsy science that has been presented in this fantasy show, is that they swap bodies, and the only way for it to be permanent for Dr. Lester to be in Kirk,
to kill.
You gotta
Lester.
kill the original consciousness, which also got my my brain thinking, as it sometimes does, it was a beneficial thing. It wasn't meant to hijack people. It was a matter of swapping so that there would be sort of understanding between different people. And so I think that there was a benevolent cause or impetus for the technology itself. But Dr. Lester is the one who said, I know exactly what to do with this.
To use it for evil instead. And she has, but she couldn't bring herself to kill herself inhabited by Kirk. She couldn't kill Kirk's consciousness because ultimately she did love him. And so that never really happened. She was going to kill him at the beginning of the episode, though. And she was going to kill him at the end of the episode. So I'm completely wrong. Janice was completely wanting to kill Kirk and just failed.
Yes. Well, and she's also,
sorry about that.
She's a coward because she kept getting Dr. Coleman to be like, you kill him.
Yeah, you do it.
Yeah, and she eventually convinced him to do it with the syringe by saying, well, you have no choice because you're going to be implicated in these murders too. Thank you, Eugene Bird. That's an extraordinarily generous super sticker of a pair saying, you are amazing. Well, you're amazing too. Thank you so much for listening to these reviews and participating and sending that super sticker. What I really need is to play these videos automatically and randomly. So I don't have to, because now I have to pick one.
Well, you want me to pick one?
Sure.
Okay, this is going to be terrible. Actually, it's not going to be terrible. I'm going to do my best.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you? Here we go. No. Oh,
it's hard to find it because I didn't label these.
No, they're numbered.
I built this ship so that I could retire to some tropical island filled with naked women.
There you go.
Zephram Cochrane's vision.
Well, you sure had a vision, Doc, and now we're sitting in it.
Not my Zephram Cochrane.
Hashtag.
The man must continue.
Yes, the man must continue. I love that episode. It's not in my top 10. It's in my top 20, though.
Well, that's it. That's Turnabout.
What's that?
And that's Turnabout Intruder.
the conclusion.
Yeah, that's the conclusion. Her life could have been as rich as any woman, if only.
Yeah, I was trying to find that alternate ending dialogue in the Cushman book, and I can't find it.
Oh,
you know what I'm
well,
referring to, Jill?
I don't remember. So if you find it,
Yeah.
let me know.
Yeah, I'm just like, where is it?
Well, and like the block book was saying earlier, the 365 book, Scotty is the last person we see on Star Trek. He didn't say anything, but we just see his arm on the handle. And William Shatner had a TV appearance much later on in 1998, and he said, "The final frontier had finally been reached on January 9th, 1969, our last shooting date. Looking back, I remember feeling very sad that the series was finished. We had a party where we all tried to make the best of the bittersweet situation. At the time, we actually thought that Star Trek was over and out of our lives forever. Who would have guessed what we were involved in was just the beginning of an ongoing epic? I, for one, feel extremely proud and thankful to have been a part of it. And as you can see, the legacy lives on." And so we've reached the point of our live stream where we give our review of the episode. Oh, and this is the last one that we'll give a review on for the Star Trek the original series. Are we ready to do it? Oh, we're not. Scotty R37 isn't here.
Oh no, he stepped away.
That's okay.
It's too much for him.
Yeah.
No.
It's too much emotions. Well, I know. I want to run away right now. What am I doing?
Yeah, it's too much for all of us.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out where this comment is so I can click it and bring up Pop Culture Curator. Pop Culture Curator.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on Turnabout Intruder? What do you rate it?
I enjoyed it more than I did years ago. It's funny, when I was younger, I didn't know that it was the last episode. I'd seen them over and over in syndication, but in production order wise, I didn't know it was the last one. And I do like, as you guys have seen, that on the rewatch, sometimes it makes me like retrospective. I tend to like things more, and I like the episode better than I did before. It's cheesy, yes, it has a lot of plot holes, but knowing that it's the last episode, I don't know. I liked it better. I gave it a B. I'm kind of at a loss for words. I don't know what to say that we haven't already said before. But I'm happy that they gave their all to the very end.
They never gave up on Star Trek, even.
No. But I thank you for having me here the entire time, Jill. I hope I didn't kill the conversation.
Yeah, I am. She's on mute. You okay, Jill?
Scotty's gone.
Oh no. Jill dropped out. Oh dear. And Scotty's stepped away, so it's just you and me, Pop.
That was really. I'm so sorry. My mic.
No, there you are.
Lost connection.
Oh dear. I'm glad you're back.
Me too. And I just want to thank you, Pop Culture Curator, for not just being here for all of the Star Trek the original series reviews, but also since the beginning of my channel. And we first started talking about DeForest Kelley in our very first live stream before we reviewed the Orville. And it's meant a lot that you hang out. Are we sure it's really Jill? Or is it somebody who's inhabited my body and replaced me? Well, I guess you won't know that. But with that eerie note, Stone Racket, please tell us what you think about Turnabout Intruder.
Am I really Stone Racket? Or some
Actually, PvP. He wanted to be here, poor guy.
Yeah,
Busy.
he was saying he might step in here in the early part, but yeah, it's too bad he couldn't make it, and also Jim. I wanted Jim to be here, and I gave this episode an F. I don't like this episode at all. Even though there's some interesting scenes, and everyone's giving it their all to the bitter end. It's just not enough for me to overcome. I just never warmed up to this episode, and revisiting it didn't change my feelings. To be honest with myself, it's like I don't want nostalgia to blind me that much. I mean, other episodes it does, but on this one it just doesn't at all for some reason, for me personally. But yeah, I had to give this one an F.
And that's fair, and I'm glad that you're being honest with yourself and how much you feel about it, and that you love Star Trek enough to respect it enough to tell it the truth.
Yeah, the third season has never been a favorite. It was nice revisiting some of these because I haven't seen so many of these since 1970, 71.
Yeah,
So
some of these you only saw.
I only saw it once, at most twice. And it's just been, even though I have the Blu-rays, I did revisit some of my favorites though when I got the Blu-rays. But I don't think it was more than 3 or 4 of the third season episodes. But it was nice revisiting them and plowing through them. Well, except for "And the Children Shall Lead." Didn't rewatch that one, but
I
just, oh dear. But it was nice revisiting the third season with all of you, and I can't thank you enough for having me on the panel here, Jill. Even though I'm a latecomer here as part of the crew here. I wish I could have been with all of you from the first season on. But yeah, I enjoyed revisiting these episodes from the third season overall.
Well, I'll let you know if I have a TOS themed Friday, and we'll see if we can talk about some stuff.
Your shore leaves and your Plummeek tea time is ripe for revisiting classic Trek for sure.
It is. I can talk about anything on that show, so it'll be great.
I'm so glad that you invited me on your channel here and talk to you about not just Star Trek, but other things, sci-fi and fantasy. It's always great to talk to all of you.
Whatever is good, and we'll see what else is good pretty soon.
But I'll always love Star Trek, the original, and Captain Kirk is my hero from childhood. I'm not ashamed to admit. And I will always love Trek.
Me too. And Scotty R37, what do you rate Turnabout Intruder? What do you think about it?
Well, now that the original series is done and we've reviewed them all, I've decided to give myself a promotion to Admiral. I am now in the motion picture uniform, unless anyone's uncomfortable, in which case I'll go back to my original series avatar. But this episode, I am absolutely fine with looking through rose-colored glasses at the original series. I'm giving this one, I think I gave it a C+. I enjoy the character interactions. I'm okay with the campy performances, because I still see some shadows or nuance of the ideas that got me into this in the first place. I liked this way better than the last time I watched it, which would have probably been in the 90s. I think that this is not the way that I want to end the original series, but thank heavens there are 6 more episodes, and that's not even counting the animated series. As far as I'm concerned, this is still better than But What of Lazarus? The alternative factor. F that episode so hard.
Yep.
So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was. It is still in season 3. The pit in my heart that I feel by watching the last episode is just like, you know what? I just gotta start over. Just start over. Make a little bit more room for some of the subsequent series. But in all honesty, I think that the one thing that I want to do now is read the cycle of the Lost Years that came after this. And they sort of explain what happens between the end of the 5-year mission before the motion picture. And I really enjoyed reading those when I was younger. Maybe I'll check out the audiobook because I've actually turned pages on those. But this is a fun. It's a fun horror body swap episode that, while it may not be perfect by any stretch of the imagination, I agree with you in terms of "And the Children Shall Lead." I think this episode is better than "And the Children Shall Lead," no matter how much Q Continuum headcanon I try and drizzle on top of that episode. But this is just the 7th last episode of Star Trek, and again, not counting the animated series, which I think if you haven't checked that out, certainly do. I was hesitant to revisit or even visit it. To say revisit is disingenuous because I had never seen it all, and when I went and watched that, I was pleasantly surprised by that. There's still more original series, original cast Star Trek, and you know, it's never really gone so long as we remember it. To quote.
Well, yes, and if you want a guide, watch along guide for an animated series, there are full reviews of the animated series on Pop Culture Curators channel, which Scotty, myself, and Pop Culture, of course, is the host of.
And PvP,
and I think they're
there,
really
wasn't
fun. PvP, yeah, PvP was there, yeah, because it was a later show, so he was able to make those.
Yeah, that's one thing I need to revisit is the animated series.
Yeah, we get it. We go into just as much depth as we can as we do for these.
Yeah, the only one I've seen recently is More Trouble with Tribbles or whatever it's called. And that's because
There's no trouble at all.
It's included on the Star Trek the Original Series Blu-ray. And I did see the very first episode that aired on the animated series. Saturday morning cartoons were kind of forbidden by my father. He just wanted us to watch classic cartoons, which would be Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, and the only modern cartoon that he let us watch because he enjoyed it so much was Rocky and Bullwinkle. But I did ask, I said, can we watch this new Star Trek cartoon? And we did watch it, and all I remember is the alien entity, obey me, obey me. And at the end, they leave him on the planet. It's so lonely here. It's so lonely. That's all I remember. And the weird looking alien that was in Chekhov's spot.
That one kind of reminds me of Charlie X. It's also the lonely kind of thing.
But I just remember that, obey me. But yeah, I need to revisit the animated series because, you know, they have the original cast. You know, that's pretty cool.
Which,
and thanks to Leonard Nimoy, they got the originals. Remember?
Except for Chekhov.
Yeah.
And if you are hungry for the original cast and you can get it running on your PC, I would say check out Star Trek, the 25th anniversary, and Star Trek Judgment Rights, published by
already been
Interplay.
there. Already been there and done that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We're
ran that on my. Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. You can finish your thought.
Yeah, I ran those on my my first Mac computer, and I can still run them on my current Mac Mini because I have an emulator that runs Mac OS 7. So I still have those games.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and it's the original
I love
cast.
the 25th.
The original cast did the voices on both of those.
It's like finding new episodes.
Yeah, and they even play. It's funny, they play some of the music from the original series. And then they play that, what I call the This Side of Paradise romantic fluty music when an old flame of Kirk's walks on screen, and then it's just. But yeah, it's fun. The graphics are so primitive, but it's fun. It's a fun romp.
So much TOS.
So much TOS, yes.
For the first time in my life, I was happy.
Isn't that a great closing line? I just love that.
I do.
That's a great love story for Spock, and of course, the greatest love story, in my opinion, is of course for Kirk on the City on the Edge of Forever.
Mm-hmm. But before we get into talking more about Star Trek in general, I still have to review Turnabout.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So let me just get through that real quick. So the biggest mistake by the writer of this episode, either Gene Roddenberry or Arthur Singer or Fred Freiberger, has been mentioned. We mentioned it already, that women can't be starship captains. I mean, that's the insinuation of the dialogue, although it could be just that Janice is crazy or something. But this is corrected when the movies come out, Star Trek 4. But the error in judgment, it's still there, and it's just the wrong move to even insinuate that kind of thing. And so anti-Star Trek, it's anti-Starfleet. It's just a big mistake that it was even there at all. It didn't need to be there. The story didn't need to do that. Janice could have acted persecuted and discriminated without that, because she puts that on herself. Like Gene Roddenberry says, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you want to feel like you're the victim, you turn yourself into one, and that's what Janice did. But I think it's an interesting idea to do that the network didn't allow Gene to have number one as the first officer after the cage failed as a pilot. That's a possible reason, but I don't know. Whatever it was the biggest flaw of this episode for me. But there were more things that this episode had a problem with, that I had a problem with. And actually, I used to hate this episode much more. I used to give it an F. And it's a very visceral feeling. I believe the reason why I disliked it was, the over-the-top performance was very well done in retrospect, but I thought that it was saying this is how women are, and so I was really angry with this episode. But then I realized, no, this is just how Janice Lester is. This is Shatner playing a single insane woman, not just any woman. But when I was 19, first watching it that's how it felt to me. And I have to admit, those previous feelings, the truth is, Captain Kirk plays an insane woman very well, I think, even adopting some real feminine gestures. But what is not typical of every lady is the temperamental insanity that Janice has, and to remember the fact that she is a mass murderer with an accomplice. And I forgot to mention the part of the episode that I dislike the most is the very end, where her accomplice is like, I'll take care of her now. I'll just take her over here. Everything is going to be okay. Don't worry about us. Please forget about us and the murders.
Right, forget about all the people we killed.
Yes.
For some reason, I think that's just McCoy. Like, because when he says it, And he's like, I'd like to take care of her now. McCoy looks at Kirk and then he's just like, I'm sure that'll be fine. And I'm pretty sure at that moment forward, both of them were put in restraints. I think that Dr. Coleman was put into the brig and Janice was put into a psychiatric ward. And the only reason that McCoy said that was like, well, let's just get out of the corridor.
You should have said, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Although that would have been a terrible ending too. The final line.
I know. I'm glad he didn't say that, but I would have liked some indication that what you're saying happens. Is obviously he gets arrested and she gets mental treatment. And another reason I didn't like it when I first saw it is that we have to see Shatner not be Captain Kirk. And that's another visceral thing, is I just don't like seeing it. That in itself is painful, and we have to go through so much of the episode getting everybody to put their heads together to realize this isn't Captain Kirk when we know this would have happened earlier, because this crew knows their captain. They would know he's not himself much sooner than we find out in the episode. It wouldn't take a mind meld for Spock to know. But in this case, he has to. The only reason... okay, so I'm feeling feelings for this series too, so I'm giving this one a C. The only reason I don't go up higher is that she is very clearly insane, and the tests that McCoy runs, that this test is supposed to show whether or not you have mental or emotional instabilities, and the test that McCoy runs doesn't show it. And that's a plot contrivance, because if they did show it, then the power of the court-martial scene would be diminished. So that really cool scene that we all love with McCoy and Scott saying, banding together to go into a mutiny to save the ship, that scene, it wouldn't work if the test was on Spock's side. And so when you manipulate the data to fit making that scene more powerful, then it's a bit dishonest in the writing. However, there's a lot of good in this episode too, like that scene, like McCoy, Spock, and Scotty's dedication to the real Captain Kirk and to the respect and the trust that they have in Spock's conclusion that Kirk's trapped in Lester's body. And that friendship and trust is another of what is really great at the heart of the Enterprise crew. Even Chekhov and Sulu know it's not the captain. And even though just a minute ago they put them in the brig, Janice and Spock. After that, they come to their senses and they're on the bridge and they're like, wait a minute, we got to stop doing what this person is telling us. This is not Captain Kirk. We're going to stop doing what he says. And but the performances are good. And I can't go any lower than a C, even though Teenage Jill gave this an F. So that's what I think of this episode.
Well, it's an improvement.
So it is. And maybe when I'm older, I'll give it an A. Who even knows?
Let's not go crazy.
No idea. I won't. Well, Janice did.
This is true.
And so I'm going to share what everybody thinks of this episode.
Jill, what about hashtag Janice Pegs?
What? Oh, but no, Didn't you establish that? Okay.
No, I know. It was a bad joke. It's a bad joke.
It is a bad joke. What are you doing? So we have 45 votes in the chat. That's a really great turnout.
Hooray.
How would you rate the Turnabout Intruder? 38% give it a B. 36% an A. So that is really great for this episode. But 13% give it a C. And another 13% give it a D or F, which is pretty high for the original series to get 13% as an F, D or F rating. So thank you guys for voting.
This is a legendarily bad. Like, people don't like it based on its existence. This is one of those episodes that people are just like, nope, sucks. even if they haven't seen it, even if they haven't revisited it in a while, it's just like, no, Turnabout Intruder is by far. It's like when they refer to Spock's brain. It's like, nope, that's the bad one. I heard everybody said it was bad, so it's bad. And when you go back and watch it, it's like, nah, it's kind of fun. It's a little goofy, but it's not terrible. And I think that this is also one of those ones where it's like, if you actually revisit it, it's not great, but it's not as bad as you heard.
Well, if you're not paying too close of attention to the story, it's gonna look even worse.
Yeah.
Because it just looks, I don't know, it's off. Oh no. Okay, gotcha.
Oh yeah.
The Stone Rocket has to mute for a while. There's some commotion going on. And Jim's Landscape says, I'm near 4,000 in subscribers. That is awesome. Way to go, Jim's Landscape.
Congratulations, Jim, and keep doing the good work with the fan films, yo.
Yeah, let's catch up with the chat. And then after that, we're going to talk about our final thoughts for season 3. Hopefully by then, Stone Rocket can rejoin us for that.
Hot diggity.
Yeah. Because this is the celebration of Star Trek, the original series. We've watched 79 canon episodes, and we also reviewed the Cage non-canon episode as the very first broadcast, which you were here for.
I thought Cage was part of the 79. Is that not true? Okay, then I'm wrong. I've been there before.
It's 80
it's considered, it's considered episode 80, or if you remember the original VHS releases, it's episode 0, I think they put it.
Yeah, I put it as episode 0 too.
Yeah. And remember, in the Cage, in the unedited or the full version of the Cage, or wait a minute, does he say it also in the Menagerie where he looks at Pike looks at number 1 and says, I don't think of you as a woman? Is that the edited or unedited?
Right.
Or
I'll
both?
never get used to a woman on the bridge or something.
That kind of, I don't think of you as a woman, I think is another. It's kind of like, okay, there's Gene Roddenberry for you. I don't. And then
like
Vina, and then of course Vina's insult comes from Roddenberry. He'd have more success crossing himself with a computer or something, like the words to that effect.
Oh, but I love that one, because right after that, number 1 is like, okay, you want me to say a computer? Here's my computation. I've got the math here. Here's how old you really are.
Yeah, that's a good segue in dialogue, though, I admit. Yeah. But at what cost, Jill? No.
Well, we don't get to see.
Yeah, it's and then of course the yeoman. Another
Colt.
line oh gosh, what's her name? Yeoman
Colt.
She goes to the captain. Who would be Eve? Who are you going to choose to be Eve? If they were still down there,
captain, because she's the proto Rand.
Yeah, and of course, when the Telosian reveals her inner desire, she looks down in embarrassment.
Yeah, that's kind of rude of the Telosians, but
those Telosians, those fathead Telosians, I tell you,
they're nosy. They're nosy guys.
Yeah.
It's not the kidnapping and entrapment that makes you upset. It's the public embarrassment.
Oh, you got it. No, it's I love how that ends. And of course, it's with number 1. It's wrong to enslave humans or enslave anyone. And she puts the phaser on overload.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Putin's cat says it was used to put old people into children. What?
What?
No, Putin's cat has a good point. I remember this in terms of what was the initial was the initial intention between the transference device, is that it would be interesting to put a young person's consciousness into an old person body and vice versa, and have that be
idea?
An empathetic experience, I think, is what Putin's cat is sort of leaning towards.
That would make more sense.
That's exciting. That's an interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Franco Walker says,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't learn too much about that device. We just use it once and we're done with it forever.
Well, we would have
subscribe.
learned more about it, except for
Subscribe.
stupid Tasha Yar's sister.
Your sisters.
In the 80th episode of Star Trek The Next Generation Legacy, where they have to go away from Camus 2 to go and deal with the, the planet where Tasha Yar was from, and they meet Ashara Yar.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. The only time I remember Tasha Yar's sister is when Data is fooled by her.
Yes. In the 80th episode of Star Trek The Next Generation called Legacy, which references Camus 2. I try and keep up, Jill.
Oh, the name of the episode is Legacy.
That's right.
It just has one of my favorite Data quotes is where he talks about how he experiences missing someone in his processors.
Data Dump Fridays. Looking forward to it.
James Caserta says, I think I'm chill. Does that mean I'm James Caserta? No.
Oh no, what happened? And James said
that's why I'm reading all Putin.
Yeah, he said take over Stone Rack, and I'm like, what?
Oh, right, when I dropped out. The Reluctant Dragon
yeah, when you dropped, I was like,
a dumpster fire as this episode is, I still like it better than any season 1 TNG. Oh, we've only had it. Ooh.
Reluctant Dragon, I understand where you're coming from.
I like Home Soil.
What about Data Lore?
Yeah, Data Lore too. There are some okay episodes. I think that are pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm even okay with Neutral Zone.
I think you said
yeah.
I think
I love
Jill, you
Neutral
said
Zone, actually.
Jill, I think you said that you like half of TNG season 1 pretty well, and the other half is kind of lousy.
Garbage. Yeah. And so the garbage stinks so bad that it overshadows the okayness of the other half.
Now, Scotty, you said Neutral Zone. Isn't that the episode where the Romulans come back and they literally say we're back, but there's nothing happens?
Yes. Yes.
I'm like,
but
there's no conflict because Roddenberry says there's no conflict in the future.
But
I disagree
it
with
also
that.
has I do too. I disagree with that too. But it also has a prediction that television is going to be obsolete, or was going to be obsolete at a certain time, and it is coming true.
Well, and also if we're going to talk about Next Gen, and I want to close the conversation on Next Generation, if that's okay, Jill.
Certainly, yeah.
Just for this now, I want to talk about it in the future. But if we are going to talk about Star Trek: The Next Generation season 1, I do have to say just one thing, and it is a quote, and you all know what it's going to be. No, Lieutenant Yar. No vaccine.
No, actually, I wasn't expecting that. I don't know why I thought you were gonna quote Q or something.
What's the name of that episode again?
Code of Honor.
Code of Honor, which is the pain.
Less than honorable.
I never ever want to watch Code of Honor ever.
Yeah, that's on the first disc of the Blu-ray, and that's all I've gotten into TNG and revisiting it. When I got the Blu-rays, I watched the first disc, and so that meant I rewatched Code of Honor.
Oh no.
That was a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
The guy who plays Utan in Code of Honor, is it Code of Honor? Or
I think it is.
Yes.
Or Matter of
Honor.
Honor.
No, it's Code. It's Code. You got it right. Let's not dwell.
But he was in Darkman, and he gets all his fingers cut off. And every time I watch Darkman, I'm like, oh no, now I gotta watch Code of Honor again.
Well, Code of Honor has no honor. Mega Cropper.
Well, it doesn't. No vaccine.
Cropper. Well, I guess he makes it clear, at least. And hello to Canadian Spider-Man. Good day to you.
Spidey.
Too.
Spider-Man, Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Go subscribe to Canadian Spider-Man. I had a blast the other night.
I joined in his bonfire chat, and I quoted "Get a Life" when I said, "Are you guys familiar with the Chris Elliott Get a Life series?"
Oh yeah.
Where there's an episode where he says to his father, "I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and I'm scared." And I said that on the bonfire chat. I said, I've never been to one of these bonfire things. I don't know what the heck I'm doing, and I'm scared. But then Canadian Spider-Man gently explained how things worked on his bonfire stream, and also safety tips when you do a bonfire. So I thought that was really cute.
Yeah, Canadian Spider-Man puts on a fun show.
Yeah, he's cool. He's the hero we all need, but we don't deserve because we're a bunch of plebes compared to him. No, I'm sorry.
No, you're not wrong. He really is Spider-Man. He will
Yeah.
help his neighbors. He's
betcha
helped
he
people
does.
with building their roofs. He's helped them with all sorts of handyman kind of things, and he's great.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
And he wanders around the city,
The galaxy
too.
No.
Yeah, the galaxy. You're right.
Yeah, he loves to travel, and I gotta catch up on his travel logs. You know, his videos.
Yes, his travel live streams every Thursday.
Travel live streams, yeah.
Yeah, late night travel live streams. Check him out.
Yes, I will.
Good. He's got a lot of good pictures.
What was that about the children shall lead? I gotta see that. I don't get the hate on children, and the children shall lead. Maybe, yeah. No, I do not suffer from TDS. I just
What's
have
TDS?
never Trump derangement syndrome.
What does it have to do with the children?
Well, I guess it's the Gorgon is Trump, or I don't know. I don't see it that way. No, not at all. Of course,
I don't either.
James may be just pulling my leg, but
I highly recommend checking out the live stream discussing "And the Children Shall Lead." If only you would like to hear some crazy babbling from this guy talking about how the Gorgon was a Q.
Oh no, I don't want that Q continuing stuff.
Well, but also,
I will have to. I did not. I haven't listened to that stream, so I will need to do that along with the Empath was another one I haven't checked out yet.
I hope you check out "And the Children Shall Lead" because it also features a rare appearance from Hungry Boy. He doesn't show up much.
Yeah, he's
but he shows up.
I was lucky enough to participate on one or two of your Trek streams where he was commenting. One of them was the Day of the Dove, and I thought he brought a lot of interesting things to the table.
Oh, he always does.
And
he'll throw you off track too, but it's always interesting.
Every time he laughs, I think of the song from Mary Poppins, "I Love to Laugh." It's just
yeah, and he's always amused at things that I don't think are as amusing as he thinks. But that makes me happy also.
Yeah, it makes me laugh anyway.
His joy is infectious.
Yeah, I agree.
And all TOS is off the charts, and that reminds me of the way that Jim's Landscape and Bird of Prey 5 review TOS, as all of them are A's. All of Star Trek, the original series, are A's. I think maybe Jim might have given a B or so, a 2.
Sorry, Jill. I'm looking at that comment by James Caserta. He says the way to Eden is the best Trek episode. Fight me. Oh, I'm gonna fight you.
Well, and you should. I reach.
Boy, 4,000 for Jim. My goodness, he's near 4,000.
He's climbing and climbing.
Wow.
When you hit that algorithm, it just goes and goes. You don't even know, and then you don't know when it's gonna stop. You're like, man, what's going on? I don't know what's happening. It's wild when that happens. TOS was the second Desilu production for NBC behind You Don't Say. I got a poll where I asked people on what would be the perfect name for that streamer. My book about banning books was banned. James Oh, Mark Harkness says, I would watch Code of Honor only if it was required before I watched yesterday's Enterprise. It is never required to watch Code of Honor unless you want to skip to the part where Data and Geordi are in the barbershop and Geordi's shaving. That's cute.
Yesterday's Enterprise, I liked it when the fans voted the top 5 TNG episodes, and that was one of them.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was. I watched that whole marathon.
Hey, Daniel's Hot Topic says this was a good episode. He likes it.
I
That's
beg to
good.
differ.
Oh, see, we had a B, we had a C plus, we had a C.
Yep. We had a B, a C
We had
plus,
an
and
F. Oh no,
yeah.
nobody gave it. You know
Let's
what?
see.
Usually somebody gives it an A.
Somebody else gave it an F because.
I think Franco Walker gave it an A.
Oh.
I,
Well, that's right. He did say that, but who else gave it an F? Because I think 2 of us
I
gave
don't
it
know.
an F.
Somebody in the chat probably, not
Yeah.
not me. What? Okay. Oh, he likes Sentai Ranger Donnie. Says I like Kodo. He likes the episode, and it was the only TNG episode to have a score composed by the late Fred Steiner. Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, I don't remember disliking the music.
Yeah, Donnie is being a little too honest there.
Mm-hmm. So, A, B, C, element of P. All right, okay. I'm not supposed to be doing ABCs. Let's end this poll at 46 votes. I'm going to end it because otherwise I'm going to forget about it. So there we are, 46 votes. And there, we got a tie between A and B now as I'm ending the poll.
Interesting.
Yeah, right. 36% give it an A and a B.
Interesting.
13% still in a tie with C and D to F. It's a good spread there. I like that. And then we're going to talk a bit about season 3. That's what's up next. If you're just tuning in, we already reviewed Turnabout Intruder. If you're wondering what happened here, I started my live stream early. I started at 10 a.m. That way we wouldn't be rushed in talking about Star Trek, because if I didn't start earlier, we wouldn't have as much time to talk about Star Trek in general in season 3 and the entire series. And I didn't want to be rushed. And hello to Mars Monkey Max. How are you doing today? Oh, there's a lawnmower again. So, season 3 isn't the best of Star Trek, but it still has plenty of it in it. And all that was built upon the first 2 all that the first 2 seasons built on weren't a total loss or anything. And watching this in production order reveals that at least half of the season isn't really that bad. And you can see as the original people leave the show, how the quality declines. And even after that, there were a few good ones, despite everything, and despite the network being stacked against Star Trek, with Freddie Freiberger making sure to cut and restrain the budget so much that he fires directors that actually work well with the crew, further diminishing, the success of certain episodes. And that's just the start of what makes season 3 less than stellar. But we went deep diving into all of that. But there's still so much of it to love despite that, because the spirit never entirely left, or at least the good looks of Star Trek didn't leave, since we still had Matt Jeffries and the costume designer Theiss. I can never say his name. But they stayed for the whole of season 3. And with the others gone, it's a miracle we did. And I'm grateful for season 3 putting the show in syndication, because that's why Star Trek continued to live, to go on to the animated series and the movies and onward and upward, all the way up to 2005, in which no more Star Trek after that was ever made.
Radio.
And so, Stone Racket, what do you think about season 3 of Star Trek?
It's my least favorite of the 3 seasons. And it's I don't revisit the third season, as I admitted with my watching my own Blu-rays. I only watched I think maybe 3 or 4 from the third year. And I just the first season is the best. It's the most consistent. But there's some really excellent episodes from the second year that are in my top 10.
Oh, that's a good idea. How do you rank the seasons? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and I can give you my top 10 third season episode list if you want me to read those off.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose I could do that.
If you want to, if you have it.
Yeah, for the third season. Number 10, The Savage Curtain. Number 9, That Which Survives. Number 8, Requiem for Methuselah. Number 7, The Cloud Minders. Number 6, Spectre of the Gun. Number 5, Elan of Troyes. Number 4, Day of the Dove. Number 3, The Thulian Web. Number 2, All Our Yesterdays. And number 1, The Enterprise Incident.
I really do like the Enterprise Incident too. And
yeah,
I didn't rank mine, but I do know which ones I gave an A. I gave 1, 2, the Enterprise Incident. And these are in no particular order. I don't order them like you did. Next week, we're going to order our top 10 episodes of Star Trek, the original series, which is difficult to do because there's so many good ones. I also gave an A to the Thulian Web, Day of the Dove also. Oh, wait. Was that it?
That was it.
Oh, only 3? Wow.
I thought I had more.
Yeah, I think I gave, let's see.
No, that's it. Okay, well, anyway.
I think the only omission that I can see in both of your lists, and not that your opinions are incorrect, but just that I do have a very, very special place in my heart for, and the world is hollow and I have touched the sky. So
the world is hollow and I have touched the sky. Gotti R37.
Yeah, that's in your top 10 for sure.
Yeah.
Please tell us what you think of season 3 overall and how you rank the seasons.
It's hard. Well, in order, I would probably say it goes 2, 1, 3. And I think that it's difficult for me to sort of summarize season 3 because this time around is the first time that I gave it my undivided attention and sort of gave it more credit than I had in the past. And again, I'm fine with the rose-colored glasses. My visor is just doing hearts and love on season 3. I still think that as a series, all 3 seasons sort of work together as one series. And I know that sounds stupid when I say it out loud, but I think that there is enough in all 3 seasons. There are stinkers, there are bangers throughout all 3 years. And I think that the third season is much maligned, and I can understand why, but I will forgive it, especially when looking through all of the 735 and especially incorporating anything new. I think that season 3, if you haven't given it another kick at the cat, no pun intended, Stone Racket, I'm sorry, you should totally go back and take a look, because it may pleasantly surprise you, because it pleasantly surprised me. But yeah, I as the great philosopher Bird of Prey 5 said, it is the original series, so they're all A+ to me. And if I have to categorize them underneath A+, then yeah, there are variations. But it's just so nice to be able to hang out with my original television heroes. So I would give season 2 an A. I would give season 1 an A-, and I would give season 3 a B+.
My friend Scotty R37. Remember those rodent things on Demerys? The poison darts they threw? I took one meant for you.
Thank you.
I couldn't help that. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool, man. That's the thing, is that when we make these references and we talk about Star Trek, it's like Maybe I'm no better than a Denebian slime devil, but at least we both know what a Denebian slime devil is.
I think you're better than a Denebian slime devil.
Well, everyone in this quadrant is learning how to speak Klingonese.
Ah! Yeah, it's interesting that you rate season 2 over 1.
I don't know why.
It's that's it for me. There's just it's hey, it's gangster world. Oh hey, it's Nazi world. Oh, next week we go to Roman world. It's just I just it just fell off in quality for me because of those episodes
and those
a
are
few
still
others.
kind of good episodes though, but you're
I mean,
right, it did fall into a bit of a trope.
Yeah, a piece of the action though is a funny episode.
That's what season 2 has, is
but it's
all
just
the humor episodes.
It's just goofy. I prefer I Mud as far as the comedy, and then of course even above that, Trouble with Tribbles, adorable episode, and my younger sister's favorite Star
Used
Trek
to be
episode.
my favorite. Used to be my favorite too.
Yeah.
And it got dethroned by. We'll find out next Tuesday if you don't know already.
I gave my little sister. This is back before DVDs. They still had VHS. I gave her this box set of the original Trouble with Tribbles, and then the DS9 revisited episode, which is called More Trouble. Trials and Tribulations. And of course, what was in between the two VHS cassettes in the little box? A Tribble.
That's where I got my Tribble.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah. I bought my Tribble at the Star Trek convention.
Sweet.
Well, that's cooler.
Yeah. Now, Scotty, I don't remember if that particular Tribble that you got and then I bought for my little sister, is it battery operated with sounds?
Yes.
Does it have sounds like Jill's cooing Tribble?
It doesn't coo. It only yells at Klingons, which is part of the reason why I really enjoy it.
Oh, it only makes the screeching sound.
Yes.
Yeah, I for some reason I just don't remember what it did. If my little sister ever activated that.
No, I still have it. I do.
It still works.
Yes, and I'm not close to it right now, but I do have it, and it does that. Which sounds more like a horse. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Pop culture curator. I need to know what you think of season 3 and how you rank it with the other seasons.
Well, I'd have to go along with what Stone Racket said. I'd say, well, actually, I don't remember who said it, but I'd say 1, 2, 3. Upon revisiting, 3 is not as bad as I remember. Obviously, it's not as good or strong as the first 2 seasons, but I think some of it's because of nostalgia, knowing that I'm never going to see it again. But I still think that it stands far and above any of the newer Trek.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
And that's the reasoning that lies behind Jim and Bird of Prey 5 saying that all of TOS are AIDS.
Yep, I can stand behind that because that's their way of protesting what has become of Star Trek with the Kurtzman crowd. It's like, we reject your Trek, and
we do.
The original is solid A triple plus.
Well, it's not just that, but all the people, Kurtzman and all of them. I'm talking about J.J. Abrams and Kurtzman, and there was all that total disdain for the fans.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
They gave us all the middle finger from the.
Well, disdain for the show in general. They just wanted to use the label in order to make whatever they wanted, and they wanted to change it as much as possible. And I don't know, there's like parts of New Trek that completely rip off other sci-fi that isn't Star Trek. You're supposed to rip off your own Star Trek. It's like, don't you want to be Star Trek? But never mind that.
Yeah.
There was one quote that I didn't read from this episode. I was looking for it and I missed it. And it's something that Shatner said about filming the last show. Shatner said on the last show, I recalled having gotten the flu. We weren't going to stop filming when Billy had his flu. I'll tell you that. So I staggered into the studio every day, and they'd bring out a bed, a cot, and I'd lay down on the cot, and then they'd say, "You're on." I'd say my lines, and then I'd fall back. And I think I probably got the flu because I was so disappointed that the show was over.
But it's also, just to push it a little bit further, like, I think I don't want to speak for you, pop culture curator, because this is the impression that I get in our conversations, is that when it comes to Star Trek, the original series is, for no pun intended, the paramount. That is what set up the world and enacted the procedure and the formula. The way that Star Trek works is all right here in the original series. And even people who are diehard original series fans and dismiss TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, that's fine. TNG is a reboot. Deep Space Nine is a war show. Voyager is a sitcom. Enterprise is,
Wait,
I don't know what.
Isn't TNG a sequel, not a reboot?
Well, yeah, it depends on who you talk to and what's going on. Like, some people see it as being a reboot, and that's because they wouldn't even acknowledge the original series until much later. And when I say much later, season 3, season 4.
That was in the show Bible for TNG, is because they didn't want to copy TOS, and yet they did it anyway.
Sure. But I'm just saying,
but
the
their
people
goal
who elevate
was to separate themselves and be their own show, and it took them a while to figure that out, to break
True.
away from the legacy of TOS. You cannot be TOS. You have to find your own identity, and eventually TNG did.
But, like, if you're going to be, if you would like to subscribe to Star Trek, then I don't care which series you sort of elevate more of the originals, or at least of the 735. But you have to have one that you're like, hey, don't get off my lawn. This is okay. This is good. And I think the original series is the one that I can confidently say, if you don't like this, even the worst episodes, especially Alternative Factor, like, if you can't just watch it and be like, hey, there are my favorite people. I love this. This is great, even if it sucks. Like, I think that there is something about seeing Dr. McCoy in his T-shirt. There is something about Spock, from his yelling to his ticky 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 brain mechanism. There's something that it's like, it's okay. These guys are cool. I hang out with them all the time. And if you don't like it, it's fine. Next week will be better. But there is something that is, if you do love it, you'll defend it, and you want it to be the way. When I think of Star Trek, I do think of the original series, and then after that, I think of everything else. And so I think that there a certain level of protection and being precious with your darlings. And this series, all 3 seasons, I am precious with all 3 of them, and especially now after finally getting rid of some of my prejudices towards what have commonly been considered as bad episodes. Yeah, they are pretty bad, but they're like Sex and Pizza. Even when they're bad, they're still pretty good.
Yeah, even when they're bad, there's a few elements that stand out.
I don't like smiling Spock, but I do like yelling Spock.
This side of paradise, smiling Spock.
No, I mean in the cage, he smiles when he touches the plants. Remember the little.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
smiles.
And that was because.
Yep.
Pike was playing it too straight, and so Leonard Nimoy felt like he had to put some emotion in to balance it out.
They're still working out that character, but
and they still didn't
know
what's
the line from
Spock
Kirk
was supposed to be.
What's the line from Kirk at the end of the Menagerie Part 2? This emotionalism. You know, he talks about Spock's emotionalism, and of course Spock says, I think I've acted logically throughout the whole, you know, the whole affair here. So, but it's like when he
Yeah, he
says that,
did.
I always think of the smiling Spock with those little plants
He did what he
on
did so that Captain Pike
Talos 4.
could get the life that he deserves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's I love the way they repackaged the cage
Me
for
too.
the original series, and I'm glad it won the Hugo.
Yeah,
Because
it's very well
you know,
done.
as much as Harlan Ellison maligned Gene Roddenberry and calling him a hack, and he couldn't put two words together. Sorry, Harlan, but Gene Roddenberry did win a Hugo. He didn't win as many as you, Harlan, but he won one, and also Writers Guild Award. Roddenberry won they called it a literary guild award back then, but he won one of those for a script for Have Gun Will Travel. Harlan won more, but at least Roddenberry did win one. So, you know, I just could never get over that, you know, Harlan Ellison maligning Roddenberry. It's like, no, he was writing for television before you, and he did win a couple of awards. I mean, he lost his muse during the original Star Trek series. I don't know what happened, but he did give us some great stuff.
Well, Harlan Ellison didn't always have the best attitude, but I'm glad
No, he thinks, and it's
he
just it.
does.
Yeah,
He does what he
his
wants.
rant, his City on the Edge of Forever rant, it's just after all these years, you know, he's just so volatile, you know, and he's just so full of venom, and it just amazes me. He just couldn't get over, you know, what happened to that script. But the thing is, you read his original and compare it to what Gene L. Kuhn and Dorothy Fontana did to his teleplay. They improved it. They made it Star Trek.
And they
You
always
know,
did. Gene
yeah,
Alcoon,
and
Dorothy
Ellison's
Fontana, they were incredible.
yeah, Ellison's story. There's no love story in his original script, and there's some really wacky things in there. And then he's so arrogant in his shooting script. He's telling the director what to do, and he's
Well,
like,
but
"It's that. Have you read that, Scotty? He'll have a direction. He'll go, you know, make sure there's a set with a porthole so we can see the stars. And if you don't have it, build it. You know." It's like,
well, but that's something that, yeah, no, an arrogant, self-important, conceited man Harlan Ellison was. Thing is that I'm on side with him, especially because of his performative art in terms of y'all think, and he didn't say y'all, but y'all think that that writing is some sort of magical thing that you just sit down and it takes you 45 minutes and all of a sudden a finished script or story comes out. It is work that you
oh
have
yeah,
to
no
put
argument
blood,
there.
sweat, and tears into. And if someone takes something that you came up with out of whole cloth and present it, and then someone else changes your work to something that you didn't intend, I agree with Harlan Ellison's arguments. I
Well,
don't,
yeah,
and
the principle.
that's a
The
personal
yeah,
collaborative prejudice
yeah,
or stonewall, that it's just like, no, this is mine, these are my words, and this is what is most important.
yeah,
Whereas television or film production, if you want to write a story and then just submit it for the masses to read and then have it be judged on its own merits, I'm with you, and I think that's where Harlan Ellison succeeded most. But
That's
when it
what he
came to,
ultimately did with his City
yes,
on the Edge of Forever. He released it and it became like a graphic, or was it a
yeah,
graphic novel or a
oh,
comic? I forget.
and it
yeah. I
was a
mean,
short story too.
his
It's a short
his
story.
original teleplay did win Writers Guild Award, and
Yes.
when he won that award, of course, he shook it in front of the Roddenberry and Gene L. Kuhn, whoever else was there, as a way of saying, "Hey, see, I showed you my script." But the thing is, it wasn't Star Trek. Read his original teleplay as the one that won him an award. I mean, it's a solid story, but it's not Star Trek. And
Right, he's a great storyteller, but
but
he didn't want to
yeah,
fit it within the universe.
there's no argument there that he's a great storyteller. He's a great writer. He's a better writer than Gene Roddenberry by far, but he doesn't know or understand Trek. And his little rant in the first 50 years Star Trek book, which I quote on a Star Trek podcast.com discussion forum for City on the Edge Forever. He just doesn't understand Kirk. Kirk would never do what Harlan has him do in his original teleplay. That's not the Kirk we know, that we've grown to know.
I'm so glad it happened in season 1, because if that would have happened in season 3, we would have gotten Harlan Ellison's script on screen, all of it. It would not have. It would have been.
And it took him forever to write it because he had so many other commitments.
Well,
but he I mean, no, well,
didn't
that's
Bob
just
Justman
behind
lock him in an office at one point?
He would literally,
wow.
yeah, he locked him in, and then Harlan Ellison would go escape through the window.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah, but
that's the wanton creativity of the 1960s.
Yeah, I mean, he did say, if you want me to revise it, just let me do it, and I think he revised it like at least 2 times, but it just it took Gene L. Kuhn and Dorothy to get it into shape for the Star Trek series. And of course, Roddenberry put a few silly lines coming out of Edith Keeler's mouth. But here comes the lawnmower again. I got to go on mute.
Well, I just want to say one more thing for all of the original series purists, if I may, Jill.
Sure.
I would never live in the 24th century. I fucking hate the next generation. Only the original series, only classic.
I always love that. I thought, no, this is not going to make me laugh. It always does. That clip is amazing. The passion of that guy. Wonderful. If you haven't seen Free Enterprise, it's great. Great stuff.
Highly recommend it. And we did a review of that here, didn't we?
We did. And then Robert Meyer Burnett put a comment on it. If you would have told me, I would have been here.
Hey, Rob.
Well, that would have ruined everything. He just would have talked over everybody.
Hey, shut your face. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Actually,
I need to see that. I have not seen Free
Record
Enterprise.
got really loud. Or is it just me, or did Stone Record get really loud?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, and I didn't mean to say shut your face.
I think you just got really excited. Oh, that's all it was.
I got
really excited too. We're here chest bumping.
Oh my god. Okay.
Sorry about that. I'll try to be more subdued.
No, but I did enjoy talking to Robert Meyer Burnett about Star Trek 4. Paramount, however, did not, and struck my video. Didn't really strike it, but they removed it from visibility. And so when Star Trek Day comes again this year, I'm going to release an edited version of the original live stream.
Okay,
and
cool.
The full version for members. And so it's going to
So Robert Meyer Burnett was on that stream with you?
Yeah, Star Trek 4 on
sweet.
Star Trek Day. Yeah.
That's sweet.
Not as many people saw it because it got removed so quickly.
Yeah, that's too bad. But hopefully your re-edited one will
we'll pass the muster.
Pass
pass
the YouTube censors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll
and
have
of
to
course, Sentai
watch that
Ranger
for
Don
sure.
is also a fan.
What was that?
Sentai Ranger Donnie is a fan
Oh,
of
okay.
RMB. He says, "Hail."
Yeah, yeah. I visited his channel a few times, and then of course he was on Midnight's Edge a few times, and so I got to, and also the little kerfuffle that got him in trouble.
Oh yeah,
I saw his apology video, and then he followed it up, I think, on Friday Night Tights or Geeks and Gamers, and I watched all of that. So
There
Yeah.
was a kerfuffle. I missed it.
With what's the name of that crazy shill that he used to be part of his show? It's John something.
Oh, the Campia, yeah.
John
Okay, that
Campia.
guy.
Yeah, it was the John
Okay.
Campia thing.
See, I don't pay attention to that guy.
Yeah,
so
that guy
I didn't know
is.
that stuff.
Yeah, boy.
I'm not. Yeah. No shade, but no, I ever since the late 90s when I saw Free Enterprise, I was so very, very happy to watch that. And it spoke to me personally. And then years later, like nearly 20 years later, I had the opportunity to talk to Rob, and we got along. And I am still happy to call him an associate. We don't walk along the beach and hold hands, but I consider him to be an internet friend.
You're happy to call him Papa. No, I
No, I don't
no. That's good that you got to.
He just said that it wasn't that.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yes.
I'm being silly.
You are silly.
Yeah.
And also I don't agree with his opinions on Star Trek Picard season 3. I don't like
yeah,
it.
no.
Most of
Everyone
us.
is entitled to their stupid opinions.
Yeah.
As are we all.
He's also a huge adoring fan of Disney's MCU. Don't forget that. Everything's a triumph now with him.
Oh, well
if,
I don't know. I don't have any donkeys in that race.
No horses in that race.
It's a Star Trek celebration. And so the MCU, I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it, but that's just me. It's your channel, lady.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
We'll stick with Trek. With Trek.
I'm good with Star Trek. Well, speaking of Star Trek, I have to step away for a minute, but there's some pages in the 365 book that talk a bit more about Star Trek, and it says during Star Trek's primetime run on network television, licensing deals for series-based toys were scarce because Star Trek was considered adult entertainment, as in grown-up. Initial Star Trek tie-ins included the highly collectible black and white Leaf trading cards and an adventure board game from Ideal. Model maker AMT, sensing a classic in the making, leaped into the fray early on, creating reproductions of the Enterprise and other Star Trek-related spacecraft, and even a much-prized model of Mr. Spock blasting a presumably non-sentient three-headed alien serpent. 40 plus years later, AMT originals are considered retro chic, and licensed reproductions created from the model's original tooling recently have hit the marketplace in vintage-style packaging that uses spectacularly kitschy old artwork. So then I guess it talks some about the merchandising, the games, the comics. Oh, okay. There's that picture of Spock with the serpent. I should have put that up here so you guys could see it, but I didn't. So you can't. But Spock is phasing a three-headed serpent. That's true.
Yeah, I remember that model kit.
Oh, you do? Oh,
yeah,
that's a model kit you built, Spock?
Yeah, that was an Aurora model kit.
Oh,
where
cool.
Spock was phasing a Hydra.
Yeah, so okay, maybe I won't read all of this. It's in the 365 book if you own it, but maybe I can go through.
No, I'm talking about the model, not the episode, Scotty.
No, I know, but a Hydra is like a three.
Yeah, it's a three-headed serpent. That's what he's fighting.
No, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, that's the model I'm describing. Is what Jill just said. The model had Spock firing his phaser at a three-headed serpent.
Sharper than the serpent's tooth.
Oh, and apparently they also put Star Trek labels on all sorts of toys that had nothing to do with Star Trek.
Like the helmet, the Spock helmet.
Yeah, Spock helmet.
I remember that episode. Spock helmet.
And then the little disc gun that we discussed on an earlier stream.
Mm-hmm.
And had Star Trek slapped on it. It was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was in that was in that I think that Dagger of the Mind episode, wasn't it? No.
For sure, yeah. Just pick a random episode. It was in the background somewhere. You weren't looking
somewhere.
hard enough. There was a skydiving parachutist.
which they finally made canon in 2009. DJ Play Nice says TOS story records, and I just want to tell a brief story because I went. Jill, did you say you had to step away?
I do. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Because this is a boring story that you've already heard before. So I was in grade 2 or 3, I think grade 2, and I got the Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan storybook record, and so I listened to it where it was like beep, turn the page. And so, but I didn't bring my Fisher Price record player and the record. I just brought the book to show and tell. At which point I sat there and told a tale of a middle-aged man dealing with a 20-year-old villain with great conviction and saying all of this stuff. And like, oh my stars, I don't think I understood it. No one in the class understood it. But I do remember my second grade teacher being like, what are you doing? It was incredible. And that's just another one of those things where it's like my fandom of this series certainly predates my understanding of it, and that's why it's nice to be able to go back and revisit this stuff and be
sweet.
like, yeah.
So you embellished. You did your own version of the story. You just embellished a little bit, or.
And I hadn't seen the movie, so all I was doing the inflection and
of the record
of the record. Yeah.
Okay.
I had no idea, but it also had the soundtrack as well, and so I think that's what really got me into it. Is that it was like it was James Horner's like
yeah.
And it was.
Now, did they have the actual actors, or was it other voice actors?
It was other voices.
Oh, dear.
He was like one guy doing and he did a fine job.
Okay.
Yeah, from what I remember, I obviously don't have the record.
We had storybook records that our father got us, but it was classic. Like the Musicians of Bremen and, fairy tales and that kind of thing. So we didn't have anything. We didn't have any movie tie-in or anything like that. We just had classic literature, I guess, or children's literature.
Sub-Commander Tall says, congratulations, Jill and company, on a wonderful journey through the original series.
Yay. And there's one more live stream dedicated to TOS for next Tuesday, where we talk about our top 10 lists.
Yeah, our top 10 favorite episodes. That'll be the final send off for this review series. But
yep, I can give my top 10 list now, but I won't.
But I can't seem to let go, so I'm gonna watch Star Trek Continues, as Donnie says here.
Oh, okay.
Donnie says, where's Donnie?
Donnie, where are you?
There may be 3 seasons of TOS and 2 of TAS, but I do love how Star Trek Continues bridge the gap between TOS and the motion picture. So this is what I'm gonna review. So I'm gonna review it 2 episodes at a time, except for the first episode, in which we're going to watch the first episode and the vignettes. The vignettes are really short.
So, is that going to be on Tuesdays as well, or what?
Yes, that's going to be the next Tuesday thing.
Okay, and not For All Mankind.
Not yet. After,
I'm a little confused because sometimes you say we're covering For All Mankind, then you say next we're doing Star Trek Continues, then you went back to For All Mankind. Now you're back to.
I forgot about Star Trek Continues, but then people in the chat reminded me, Jill, you said.
Oh, sweet.
And then I was just like, okay, fine.
I was.
Apollo, all I desire is life and peace.
You expect us to...
Oh no, it's Apollo. Old guy Apollo.
Old guy Apollo.
Mark Forrest, I believe, is the actor, right?
Yes.
And the way they address it, the way they address it in the episode, I think is brilliant to be able to incorporate to the original actor. But Yeah.
But I
Yeah, exactly.
that's definitely not Shatner. No.
Oh, and speaking of Apollo, Jim says, I hope to hit 10,000 and you can bow to me. I'm Apollo.
Oh no.
What's an Apollo? Says Daniel's Hot Topics in the chat. Hello to Marky,
As long
Marky
as you
Mark
don't
and
make me say
Mars
the
Monkey
name of
Man.
the episode. Because I never know if it's Adonias or Adonis.
If you're British, it's Adonai. If you're American, it's Adonis.
I think it's Adonias, and I'm
Well,
Canadian, so I'm sort of in the middle.
Yeah, you're in. Well, you can pronounce it either way.
Yeah, but I say aluminum, not aluminium.
Well,
so
I'm glad
not
you say
100%.
aluminum the right way.
Well,
Scotty,
how else am I supposed to get people to do my siding?
You. I think this question is for you, Scotty.
Sure.
You love Star Trek, but James Caserta wants to know: does Star Trek love you?
So far.
Very good question.
Yeah, I think it does. Because we may disagree, especially like I have, and it's not Filthy Friday, so I don't want to bring up anything too egregious. But no, I think that Star Trek and I have a very good understanding. I love a lot of it, and I am grateful for everything that it has provided me. It's made me so happy, but whenever it starts, like a drunken uncle on a Thanksgiving starts spouting all this ridiculous BS that I don't want to pay attention to, I'm just like, I'm going to go in the other room and hang out and look at photo albums of when you were cool, okay? So, yeah, no, I think Star Trek loves me, or at least has provided me with enough joy for me to at least wait until it comes to its senses.
Yes, I do love that last sentence.
Yeah.
It will come to his senses, I believe.
I have a little story. Scotty was talking about the storybook records, but when I was in 7th grade, our English teacher, Mrs. Connell, we would get, there was this magazine, can't remember what it was called, but it was a Scholastic magazine, and they would, there was a few of them that actually had the whole teleplay of Star Trek episodes. And the one that she had us do was Journey to Babel. And she would let different students read different parts, and it would rotate. But I got to play Captain Kirk for the finale. So that's a highlight. And since I knew the episode, I knew how to say the lines. So I said it with feeling, like Shatner. And I remember getting a few looks from Mrs. Connell. It's like, hey, I'm just doing the Shatner. Don't look at me that way.
Oh, and Spock is my favorite. So that is a high episode for me. That one's ranked pretty high for me. I love that one.
It's one of my, it's in my top 5.
Oh, I don't know where
Let me double check that. I think it's.
Oh, how am I going to do this? This is going to be impossible. We're going to come back in a week, and I'm going to say, never mind the top 10. We have to do the top 36 because I want to put all these in here. I'm just kidding. I'll figure out the 10. So, so let's put the star right there and read what we got. So this is the interesting thing from Daniel's Hot Topics that I've never heard of. He says he hears that if TOS had a 4th season, they would have introduced the Cardassians, but the Cardassians show up in TNG.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right. Where did you hear this, Daniel's Hot Topics? I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but that's some stuff. Cardassians in TOS season 4? Really? Where did you hear that? Reluctant Dragon's like, yeah, no. That doesn't sound right at all. Maybe the idea of them, maybe the personality of the Cardassians appeared in some way, but not Cardassians in general. And Cash Flow Hustles. This, I agree with you completely. This is my least favorite episode. When I first saw it, I was like, is there ever going to be an episode that tops it? The Alternative Factor is my least favorite episode. The characterization, really terrible. The idea is almost interesting, but
that pains me to hear that, because that's my favorite top.
That's your favorite. That's your top.
No,
that's your favorite episode.
Yeah, that's the Alternative Factor is not my top favorite episode.
Well, you don't like the George Jetson spacecraft. Actually, that might be the only fun part.
Oh, let me tell you, that was a fun one. I wonder, I don't remember the Cushman book explaining where they got that prop, but maybe he does. But yeah, that's a good comparison. It's kind of like George Jetson's.
Yeah, Pop might have came up with that one. I don't remember.
And it was
a blur now.
It was so cool that the dilithium crystals were square and they fit just perfect in the doorway to that thing. Isn't that convenient? It's like, oh dear.
But we got Vasquez rocks, I guess.
Yep, Vasquez rocks a lot, and Lazarus falling off of him. And we got that in the original effects, that unique, and the one and only time they used that particular angle of the Enterprise firing its phasers down on the planet's surface. Yeah. That wasn't used anywhere else except that episode, so that's pretty cool. That's about the only cool thing I can say about it is Vasquez rocks.
Yeah, see, even the worst episode of Star Trek.
Lazarus falling a lot, and that cool angle when the Enterprise fires its phasers to destroy the little ship, Lazarus ship.
Little ship, and Lazarus fighting in the corridor forever.
Yeah, that really affected me as a child. Was just imagining being forever locked in that, and that's why I kind of have a nostalgic pang for that episode. But that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the good I can say about it.
That is more than I've ever put together. So thank you.
Yeah,
Putin's cat says.
Yeah, he's right. Roddenberry was actually he was a chip for a while. He was a motorcycle cop for a while.
Well, the thing is that he wanted to become a writer.
Yeah.
And so someone told him that you've got to live life. You got to go out and live. And so he decided to become a cop.
And do you know the story about how he got an agent?
Remind me.
Yeah, and maybe Pop can help me because the name of the agent escapes me. But Roddenberry knew where some of these guys hung out to eat and drink. And Roddenberry came in, he parked his bike, his motorcycle, his cop cycle outside this bar restaurant, walked in, and he's a pretty tall man. He's in his cop uniform, and he came in to the agent and handed him, he just goes, "This is for you. I think you should read it," in his cop authoritative voice, and so intimidated this agent. But he did read it, and that's supposedly how Roddenberry got his agent and started writing scripts.
Oh, sneaky!
Where he was, and I thought, well, boy, that's pretty creative, and but I can't think of the agent's name. He's a pretty famous agent in Hollywood, writer's agent. So, but that's how Roddenberry got noticed and started his career. So he was a cop while he was writing some teleplays, and of course he wrote for cop series and mostly for westerns.
Right.
He was first starting out, but he also wrote speeches for the police chief. Which is where he was doing his writing before he got an agent in Hollywood. So he was doing writing of some sort, even as a policeman. So
there you go. Yeah, he did The Lieutenant, which had learned.
Yep, that was with Gary Mitchell. Oh, excuse me, Gary Lockwood. He played the lieutenant, and Nichelle Nichols, I think, appeared on there. Leonard Nimoy appeared on there. Yeah, I wish
Yeah,
they.
so we can see where TOS cast came from by looking at his
Yeah,
history.
yeah, and I've only seen clips from that series, but I'd kind of like to. It only lasted one season, but I'd like to see some of those episodes. I don't know if it's anywhere online, but yeah, that's how that was his big break as for
Mhm.
being a producer.
Yes, and I'm grateful for it, that it all
Yep,
happened.
it all led into Star Trek.
Mark Harkness says, I will say that fundamentally, Starfleet of the 24th century is coasting on the accomplishments of Kirk and Sulu's era. Picard thinks that the struggle to be better people is done as a done deal in his time. And yeah, well,
Yeah.
that isn't quite
Well,
right.
Picard is quite the arrogant one.
Mhm. Well, and
How
at
he
least
how he
some of
how he
that
judges the Dowd, and it's like, yeah, who are you to judge, Mr. Earther? But
yeah,
anyway,
he thinks just in 100 years that humanity has evolved so that they're above what they
well,
were.
Jill, there's no conflict. Everything's
Oh,
peachy.
okay. See, but that wasn't what the original series said. The original series Bible didn't say there's no conflict. It said that there is no like emotional conflict. It's intellectual conflict. When you have conflict on the bridge or on the Enterprise, it comes from a place of reason.
Yeah, that's you're talking about the TNG or Writer's Guide.
No, oh no, the TOS one. No, is
Oh,
it? Wasn't it?
TOS. Who wrote
Yeah.
the TNG Writer's Guide?
Well, it has Gene Roddenberry's name on it.
Yeah,
But I'm not sure.
but he did not. It was David Gerald.
David Gerald. There you
And
go.
because of NDAs and Roddenberry's lawyer, I think Gerald can't really talk about that. But
Well, why
that.
not? Let's bring him on the show now. Where's that
Yeah,
David
I'm
Gerald?
like, yeah, that's got to be
I would love.
in the
I
past now.
totally.
But that's what I remember reading in uh, Gene Roddenberry, the man behind the myth,
Hmm.
because they talk with Dorothy Montana and others that were in the know as far as getting TNG off the ground, and how Roddenberry usurped not only Gerald's work, but Dorothy's as well.
Well, and it shows in the very first episode. They both wrote that episode, but it's like a jumbled mess of two different
Oh
episodes
yeah,
stitched together.
and then
But I still
Roddenberry was
kind of like it.
Roddenberry's point blank, to John D.F. Black. He was like, I'm going to rip off your episode. So instead
Well, at
of
least he told
the
them.
naked time, it's the naked now. And there's nothing he could do about it because,
Oh, it was so bad because nobody knew who these characters were yet, and so they couldn't
yeah,
tell how to make them,
it's like,
not their characters.
But yeah, I did watch, is it Rendezvous at Farpoint, or is that what it's called? The pilot?
Oh, Encounter at Farpoint.
Oh, Encounter at Farpoint. Yeah, I did watch that, and I just went, nah, I'm good. And
What? No space jellyfish for you. They're in love. They're happy.
But anyway, I like I said, I started recording the series for my friend when they changed channels in his area, and he didn't get good reception on that new channel. So he said, "Hey, can you record TNG for me?" Because it was on a channel. I had cable, and it was on a channel that came in great. And so I
and so
started.
you
So I
watched
started
it despite
watching.
yourself.
Yeah, I started watching it from the third season on. That was the best way to start.
Yeah, right. Well, that's where the good stuff starts to happen.
Yeah,
But I
I
still like
enjoyed it
some season
immensely.
2.
There's a lot of
Measure of a
great
Man
episodes.
is
The Inner Light is, that's probably one of my top favorites for sure.
Mhm.
And Yesterday's Enterprise.
Well, I can't watch Inner Light without onions
Yeah,
mysteriously being cut
it's
somewhere.
a great episode. And if I were to go back in time, I would steal it and put Captain Kirk in place of Picard for the original series.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Imagine Kirk being a father and all of that, and
Yeah, isn't that
in
cool?
20 minutes.
But it worked for Picard.
Well, I guess he was a father in real life, but
Yeah,
I mean, in pretend real life. But he
yeah,
didn't realize it. He missed his kid's entire life.
yeah. Yep,
It's
and
Janice. Lester.
Janice.
Vic captures Kirk's mannerisms and speech patterns very well, says the Reluctant Dragon. I can't wait to watch it. I
But
know
he
it's gonna
don't
feel
look like
like
Kirk.
him.
He
No, he
don't
doesn't.
look like Kirk.
But you know what? Scotty looks like Scotty because it's really Scotty's.
Well, it's his son, right?
Yeah, it's his son. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only seen, I think, one of those continues. They're all on YouTube, right?
Yes, they're all on YouTube, so it won't be
Now, what were
difficult
you
to
talking
find.
about? The vignettes? What is that on YouTube?
Oh, those are on YouTube too. Then
Okay.
I'll send you guys links and stuff. They're
Okay,
easy to
sweet.
find.
Good. I have watched. Now, what's the other one? Star Trek. It continues, and then what's the other one? Star Trek.
Is it New Voyages? I don't know.
I can't remember.
Somebody
What's
tell
the
me
one?
in the chat.
What's the one with Sulu? With
Yeah.
George Takei. I think that's.
Oh, Brogu's got to go. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye,
Brogu.
Jill. Enjoy the rest of your week, and always remember, this is the way. Yes,
The
enjoy your
TOS.
stay, Brogu.
TOS is the way.
TOS is the way. Bird of Prey 5 says, I'm back. So did everyone give this episode an A+?
Why, certainly.
Of course we did. There's no way nobody on this panel gave this episode an A. I'm so sorry, Bird.
Well, wait a minute.
I'm glad you're here. Hey, if you want to come up on the panel and give this episode an A, here's your chance.
Wait a minute. Didn't Scotty give it an A-? Or was it a B+? It was an A-, wasn't it?
It was a C+.
Scotty?
He stepped away, but when he returns, we'll see.
Yeah, because I thought
we'll see if he makes it
okay,
back.
it was a C+. Okay. And you gave it a B- or a B?
I gave it a C.
You gave it a C. Okay.
And Pop Culture Courier gave it a B.
Okay, Pop gave it a B. Okay. Yeah.
Franco Walker says, I gave it an A+++, mainly for Shatner, hamming it up as a deranged woman. And Bird of Prey 5 is a piece.
Yeah, he sliced it pretty thick in some of those sequences, let me tell you. But I did enjoy the way he sat in that captain's chair. I'm surprised. I'm pretty sure the crew just couldn't stop laughing. They had to, but anyway.
Hey, Nimcock's my friend, James Caserta. Quit it with those comments, please.
Oh,
the Reluctant Dragon says, for most of my life, I didn't know the real name of Vasquez Rocks, and I used to call that one area Star Trek Rock. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah.
I saw it in a lot of Westerns, but always thought of it as Star Trek Rock.
Yeah. I think of it that way too. It's Star Trek Rocks.
And if you want to vicariously visit Vasquez Rocks, Pop Culture Curator has a great a tour of having walked around there.
And then there's an area of, I think it's Death Valley, where they filmed some of the Lost in Space scenes, which I'd like to visit that area. That's just, it really looks like you're on an alien world.
Yeah. Did you check out the private chat, Jill?
Oh.
I'm looking.
Oh, Pop's got to run.
Oh, Pop's got to go? Oh,
yeah.
I didn't see. Okay. Hello to Tony at Stark of Iron. And I will hey, do you want to tell us what you've got going on today or later? What's up?
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to run, Jill. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. This is going long. This is a party, so we're ready. You passed the review, so you're good to go.
Tonight at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, we have our horror sci-fi stream, and we're going to be covering the movie, I think it's Akira from 1988.
Holy moly!
Tomorrow, we're going to be doing Gilligan's Island season. I'm sorry, my mind is out of it. But tomorrow is season 3 of Gilligan's Island, and then I'll be back hopefully Saturday for another Revolution in the Lab. And Sunday I'll be back with, I'm sorry, Monday, I'll be back with the Lost in Space. But I want to thank you most of all, Jill, for having me on here today, and say hello to everybody in the chat.
You're welcome, and thank you so much for being here. I really love Gilligan's Island, so that's great that you're wrapping that one up.
Hey, Pop, is it episodes where there's some naval action?
I believe so, off and on, depending on if they can get them past the censors.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah, the same issues.
I haven't.
that
I
Star
haven't
Trek had.
joined your chat for those. I may do that tomorrow night.
Okay.
Because Gorilla told me where I can watch some of the episodes. So I'll
yeah,
see
it's fun. We're almost done with season 3. So have a great day and a great night, everybody. Thank you
have
so
a
much.
you have a great day too. You're welcome.
Thanks, Pop.
Be well,
Bye,
Pop.
guys.
Take care of yourself.
And there we are.
Every time I see Stone Racket's avatar, it's like, I'm a model, you know what I mean, and I do my little turn on the catwalk.
Yeah, it's interesting because Harpo, when I would get my phone, and then getting the camera switched on and whatnot, there's times where it was like he knew what I wanted him to do, pose next to a Blu-ray, or he just looking cute. And the picture that I'm using here, he was just sitting beside me on the couch, and I was watching, of all things, Star Trek, and he was just looking at me so cute, and I had my phone next to me, so I just took a quick snap. But,
well, Mars Monkey Max says he's like a cat with a yarn ball.
There you go.
Yeah. And James Caserta says Vic does look like Shatner. He's got 2 arms and 1 head.
he's got the same shirt. He's got the gold shirt. Yeah, there you go.
Vic is so funny as a Captain Kirk portrayer. Is that I think that he's got the look down, he's got the body type, but I just wish he would drop the register of his voice a little bit, which is interesting for me to say, considering he is a very, or was, I don't know where he stands now, but a very prolific and successful voice artist. And so it's just interesting to me that everything about his portrayal of Kirk is spot on as far as I'm concerned, except his voice. That weirds me out. But I do highly recommend Star Trek Continues.
Well,
I'm
gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it because everybody keeps telling me about it. And if I don't make it a review show, I probably won't watch it. So I'm making myself watch it.
I'm right there with you, Jill. Like I said, I think I've only seen one.
Mm-hmm.
There was one of my coworkers recommended, and I think it's the very first episode, and I just couldn't. I got like 5 minutes into it. I just couldn't take it. So I'll have to give it a go again.
I've seen it all. I think it's a loving homage.
Oh yeah, that's what I've heard. It's like, no doubt. Yeah. So I'll plow through it.
The book also talks about more Star Trek toys, like all the Mego stuff. I don't have any of this stuff.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of those in like Target, and then the whole they had a little bridge set that you could get that had little, for some reason, on the bridge, it's like, wait a minute, I don't remember a bridge having a transporter room, but it had a little transporter for one crew member. And as I recall, it was a little vinyl fold out kind of set that you could get for the bridge, if I recall, from Mego. But yeah, I wish I had the Gorn Mego figure.
Oh yeah, you do collect Gorn, don't you?
I like Gorns.
I do too. The book also talks about Gold Key comics. I've read a few of those. I have 6 of
Yeah,
them.
I actually had some of those, and at the one and only science fiction convention I went to in August of '76,
Oh, you went early.
I actually sold my Gold Key Star Trek comic books, among others.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was going to read this, but it's sideways. I got to rotate it. What does it say? Publishing. Let's see. I guess it's going to talk about the books, licensed books and comic books. What kind? The Making of Star Trek. Published in 1968 was the first history of the series.
Yep, I got that.
Oh,
I don't
feel like
have
you're
the
going to
original
have that one.
edition. I have the edition with the Enterprise on the cover.
How about the Star Trek novel, the first Star Trek novel, Mission to
Horatus. Yep. Courtesy of my older sister, Sandy, I was gifted that book for my birthday back in, I think that was in 68, 67, 68.
I think, oh, yeah.
Somewhere in there. Does it
Is
give
it
the
a good one?
publication date?
Did you enjoy it? Oh, yeah, it says, I think it says 1968.
Yeah, 68.
By Whitman Books.
Whitman, yeah. She also got me a Whitman book that was a tie-in to the Munsters.
Oh.
Called The Last Resort. So
That's
I got Mission to Horatus, and I think that's how you pronounce it. And
how about the photo novels? Do you have any of the photo novels?
I used to have those, but I gifted those. I gave those to my younger sister when I moved out.
Oh, that's nice of you.
So she still has. I didn't get all of them, but I had I think like a half a dozen of them, and so I gave those all to my younger sister Caroline, who's a Star Trek fan.
Oh, that's cool. Your sibling.
But I was in high school when those came out, and my friend Kent Varnum was the one that brought in one of those, and that's how I found out about them. And so I went down to the Waltz News Agency, and every time they got a new one, I snagged a copy.
Oh, and then I think it's talking about the conventions now too. Since I don't know what she's saying, so I actually have to read this. Since the late 1930s, readers of science fiction literature have gathered at conventions to discuss their favorite books and authors. Early in Star Trek's genesis, Roddenberry recognized such events were fertile ground in which to plant seeds of interest in his series.
Oh, yeah.
And he attended several of them.
Yeah. That's how he got the interest before it even aired. He went to that convention and showed, I think he showed both pilots at the convention.
The purists at the convention openly began to frown upon the interlopers among them who wanted to talk Trek instead of literature.
Yeah.
Thus, in 1971, New York fans Elise Pines and Derva Langsam broached the idea of holding their own convention, a gathering where they could discuss Star Trek with no one to sneer.
Yep. Even the convention I went to, they were dreading. This is in the dealer's room, where they were selling all the comic books and books of various types. They did not want the Trekkies to show up. And yes, there were two guys. There were two guys walking around, obviously best friends. One dressed as Kirk, the other dressed as Spock. And that's the only Trekkies we saw. But yeah, there's everyone was like, oh, I hope the Trekkies don't show up, because they just wanted strict sci-fi. I mean, there are people selling some Star Trek items, like the James Blish series of books, for instance. I remember seeing those there, though I already had all those. But like I said, I sold some of the comic books, and I'm sure there was a few others there, as I recall.
Well, they picked a date.
What was that?
Most what?
You said that they. No, you said
they date January 21st to the 23rd, 1972, and a location, the Statler Hilton Hotel in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Tickets were priced at $2.50 in advance and $3.50 at the door. That is way less than I paid when I went to the Star Trek convention for
But
the
they
50th anniversary in Las Vegas.
they got a lot more people than they were expecting.
Oh yeah, they did. They did. They thought it was a little event. They called Isaac Asimov and Gene Roddenberry and Majel Barrett. DC
Wasn't
Fontana.
Jimmy Doohan there?
I'm not
I
sure. It
remember
doesn't say.
there's a famous story about James Doohan saying about the conventions that when he showed up, they were expecting like 500 people. And then it was like 2,000.
Yeah. And just kept growing.
Okay, see, it says here, on Friday, January 21st, more than 200 people were standing in line 6 hours before the doors were scheduled to open. By Sunday afternoon, the committee had sold upwards of 3,000 tickets.
Yeah.
At that point, a la Woodstock, they allowed everyone without a ticket to enter free of charge. Ooh.
Oh.
The fans in attendance were friendly and cooperative and more, well, of course, they're Star Trek fans.
Yeah.
More importantly, highly appreciative of everyone's efforts. But according to the late Joan Winston, no one seemed more affected by the impact of the event than Gene Roddenberry. Gene looked stunned, Winston said. He kept mumbling, I just don't believe it. All these great people coming here to honor Star Trek. And that's how I feel too. All of my great listeners and panelists and people in the chat, even people who listen to this on the replay or are lurking, are here, and I appreciate you for coming here to honor Star Trek.
And that's what it's all about, really, is that we do celebrate, and that's
it's not about me.
It's just, well, no, it is a lot about you. Let's not be modest. Come on.
The Jill must continue.
It is very much about you, Jill, and the fact that you brought so many people together and so many different ideas. I know I have different ideas than Stone Racket, and we all have different ideas than Pop Culture Curator, and everyone in the chat has Star Trek in a very special place in our hearts. And I'm a big fan of even when someone says, I would never live in the 24th century, at the very least, we can start from, do you like Star Trek? Yes. And hopefully in the spirit of Star Trek, we can just sort of agree and disagree and talk about it and don't be mean. Never be mean.
Yeah.
I have never, you know what? There are times when I have dissuaded. I have not done that. I have been mean. But it's like, it's an aspiration. It's an aspiration. I want to be able to share ideas and discuss it freely and openly. And that's one of the things, like in all of my foibles and ridiculous drunken tirades, there is a certain level is that just calm down. We all love Star Trek.
Yeah.
Like that's what we like it.
Yeah. I was lucky. The place that I was, the last 11 years where I worked, the medical facility, which was an offshoot of the teaching hospital that I started working at way back in '88. But the last 11 years, I had 3 different supervisors, and each one of them loved Star Trek.
Yeah.
And it was just awesome. And then my coworker, Shane, he's really into Star Trek and also building the starship models. So it was just really cool. But none of the women in the clinics, none of the nurses or the medical assistants, you watch Star Trek? No, I've never watched Star Trek. So I couldn't talk to anyone when I was out and about delivering medical supplies to the clinics. But when I got back to the medical supply storeroom, I could talk Trek all I wanted with my coworkers.
Well, and it was a brief story that I told Jill and Retro Nerd Girl on Friday during the Tank Girl conversation that had absolutely nothing to do with anything. But I met a lady named Catherine, and it was spelled, her name was spelled the same way as Catherine Janeway. And we absolutely hit it off. And I was like, is it spelled like Janeway? And she was like, actually it is. And we were instant friends. And
Cool.
the only thing that got in the way of true love was her boyfriend.
Yeah, Yeah, there's times when I was working at the main hospital, and I was still in my 20s, and so the college girls, part-time workers, I would yes, I would hit on them occasionally, and they would go, "Well, I have got a boyfriend." And I would always say without hesitation, "Well, dump him. Go out with me." It never worked.
Well, at least you tried. And yeah, so you would have regretted not at least attempting.
Yeah, there was a few that, there's a couple of them that would go, "You ought to meet my roommate. She talks a lot like you do." But they never got around to introducing me. It's very frustrating.
Oh.
Darn. Yeah, my roommate likes Star Trek. Oh, does she like cats? It's like those are the two requirements.
Well, the big part of my relationship
Besides,
with my husband.
of course, the number one would be a Christian, but followed quickly by, "Do you like Star Trek? Do you like cats?"
Well,
But
yeah,
I'm one
my
of those.
husband showed
I'm one of
me
those.
Stargate, and I showed him Star Trek.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I like Star Wars, the original Star Wars, as well as Star Trek. So I'm one of those oddballs that likes original Trek and original Star Wars trilogy. I know there's
I'm one
supposed
of
to be
those oddballs too.
excellent because I know there's supposed to be this rivalry, but I'm like, no, I like both. I was there for both. I'm a fan of both. And so are my friends. It's like, can't we just all get along?
Cat says, have you watched The Expanse? I've watched season 1. I liked it. I haven't finished it. I got a few more seasons to watch.
What was that, Scotty?
I was just going to say, if you want to rain down hellfire, then you can just talk about how I don't like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's too bad because I really enjoyed those movies, but my best friend just hated Fellowship, and he couldn't articulate why. He never told me specifically why he hated it. And so I would tell my friends, well, my friend Matt, he hated it because they killed off Gandalf. Of course, I knew what was going to happen the second chapter, but he didn't. But I just said, yeah, he didn't like that. I don't know. I still don't know why he doesn't like. But that's interesting. That was a nice Christmas present.
The Balrog.
Yeah. Oh, that is such a great opening for the Two Towers. But that was a nice Christmas present every year, 3 years in a row for me and my family. But I'm sorry you didn't get into that, Scotty. But hey, we can talk Trek.
I can understand why he didn't like it, because I cried reading the first book, and I didn't know about Gandalf coming back, so I was totally fooled.
Yeah, the reason gosh, how did I? Because what I did is I had the trilogy along with The Hobbit, which of course I had read years before. But
see, I read The Hobbit. I like The Hobbit.
Oh, The Hobbit's a great children's book. It's just a great. Yes. It's very well written. And the thing was with the Lord of the Rings, it's kind of
an illustrated version.
It's kind of boring. There's no sense of urgency in the Fellowship, and that's why I like the film. That it gives you a sense of urgency that the novel didn't.
In the philosophy of Willis and Arnold and Mr. Drummond, I would like to say that the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you may not be right for some. The world is right. Anyway, you know the rest of the different strokes.
Anyway, let's get back to Trek. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, the Reluctant Dragons has a couple of gold key comics.
Cool.
I saw one in a display of a plant-themed pop culture at the Tucson Botanical Garden.
Yeah, the one I had showed Spock in battle mode from Amok Time, where he's kind of in that action stance. That was one that I had, and then I'm trying to think of the other one. But it was basically the cover had nothing to do with what was in the actual.
Well, the gold key, when I read them, I'm like, these are kind of funny. They don't use the right terms or anything in these comics.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Fire the transmuters.
Mars Monkey Monkey Mac says, when I'm in a chat and I say something like, I blame Jill, or it's all Jill's fault, I'm joking. I'm not belittling anyone. Okay,
Oh yeah.
I'm glad.
You're cool, 3M.
Do not
I've never
insult the
noticed.
Jill. Do not anger the Jill. The Jill must continue.
You obviously don't know my and Jill's relationship.
No, I don't. I really don't want to.
There's a lot of sarcasm.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get anyone mad.
I do. That's my problem. And she
Yeah,
helps
that's your
me not
problem,
do
man.
that. Well, you getting mad, I don't. That's water off a duck's back. What's a duck?
Why a duck? To quote the Marx
Howard the Duck?
To quote Chico, or Chico, as it's pronounced for the actual Marx brother. Chico.
There's
it's
a
420.
few episodes Voyager that keep mentioning dead ducks or
Dead ducks. Oh dear.
I don't know, like sitting ducks, and they could just keep using duck analogies in a few consecutive Voyager episodes. And
It's kind of like, would that survive that long into the 24th century or whatever? Is it the 20? Is it the 25th by Voyager, or is it still 24?
No, it's still the 24th.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
The Reluctant Dragon says, I only get mean with people who defend Wesley.
I'm with you there, Reluctant Dragon. Wesley.
Reluctant
Shut
Dragon.
up, Wesley.
And Franco Walker. One of the Friday shows that I've been wanting to do for a long time with Jill. And this has been going on how many years? Like a year? Year and a half?
Year and a half, I guess. Yeah, so we still need to do a dedicated Wesley.
Yeah. And I am more than willing to throw myself on the mercy of the chat and Jill and anyone else who happens to stop along on me being an idiot. Is that I was like, he's not that bad.
But did you see how I roasted him on just talking about justice? Just imagine me doing that to all of the episodes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
It's fun.
Yeah, I took an instant dislike to Wesley. And back then,
they were talking about in the production of the show when I was doing Saturday Night Star Trek with Claudia and Raquel, or when I was listening. It was something called the Wesley problem among the writers.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, he would he would talk about how some would say, kill Wesley, and I just said I really feel sorry for the actor because it's the way he's written. It's kind of like I would tell people all they need is for Wesley to have a dog, because Wesley was always saving the day and he just needed a dog, companion to finish the trope. And it's just, I just didn't like the character. I didn't like the fact that they had kids on the starship. I'm kind of like Shatner. He says, aren't you the one that's on that show that have kids on the Enterprise? It's like,
but see, one of the things that really sort of throws that asunder, in my opinion, is that I love Jake Sisko. I think Jake Sisko is an incredible character, and I enjoy the growth, and I enjoy the relationship. As opposed to someone belittling Jake, like Ben is so on Jake's side. Everyone, like Keiko, is on Jake's side. Jake is part of the reason why Nog becomes such a prevalent and revered character. And so there is a way to do it. But unfortunately, they decided that they were going to do the prodigy Wesley. And I can see how it falls apart. But I do think that there are Wesley episodes where he's not necessarily the pariah that a lot of fans give him. Now, when it comes to Will Wheaton, I hate that. I hate that flabbergasting swear word.
Well, I disagree with there being anything redeeming about Wesley Crusher. I do love Jake Sisko.
They did it. They
he
did
was
his
really well
character
done.
right,
He
and I haven't.
behaves
There's
like a real child, and he grows
there
up
isn't a
into a
lot of
real man.
DS9 that I watch, but I didn't have any animosity towards that character like I did with Wesley. What
And
little
one
I've
of the
seen.
one of my
So
favorite moments of
mhm.
Deep Space Nine is when he's hiding it, but he's teaching Nog how to read.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Well,
Yeah,
and then they even have...
Cisco's my second favorite Starfleet captain. So
with you.
I do like his son, and I really enjoyed the pilot episode. I thought, you know, but then it just didn't stick with the series, so I need to revisit it. But yeah, I better go. Did you hear the thunder earlier?
Thunder?
Yeah, and I gotta.
Yeah, it's whipping up a storm here, so I better sign off, shut my
Okay.
computer down. But anyway,
Okay,
thank
and
you so much.
You're welcome, and I'll be closing the stream soon. I'm just gonna let George Takei have the final say as I'm looking at the Cushman book here, and but I'll let you go first. Is there anything you want to share before you go?
Oh boy, I love Trek, always will, and I'm so grateful that you had me on your third season streams. And I just wish, again, I'll keep saying this, I wish I was with all of you guys discussing the show from the start. But yeah, I'm going to be revisiting a lot of your previous streams.
Yeah, leave some
because
comments.
Yeah, I'm really bad at doing the comments, but I'll try to do better in that department. But I just want to thank you again, Jill, for having me on your channel, on the panel here, and talking Star Trek with you and Scotty and Pop and Jim and special guest stars.
Yes,
Like,
the special guest stars really make
yeah,
this show.
like
If it was just me by
yeah.
myself talking about Star Trek, you know, it'll be like a 45-minute show or less. And
Yeah, I'm so glad that you
I'm
have all
so
these
glad you
cool
guys match.
panelists.
Mhm.
It's fun to talk Trek, and sometimes to fight Trek once in a while, right, Scotty? No,
That's right. That is absolutely
Anyway.
correct. Thank you for being a pleasant playmate.
Yeah, thank you, Scotty and Jill, and
Yeah.
when Star Trek continues, I'll be there with you if you'll have me, and
course.
I will make that journey with you, and it'll be the first time viewing, pretty much, for me. So looking forward to that, and also next week doing our top 10.
Yeah, so that'll be the actual goodbye stream to
Yeah.
TOS reviews. It's next Tuesday.
Okay, until then, y'all keep trekking.
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye for now.
See you later.
Later.
And so that's our review. I hope you enjoyed our review of Turnabout Intruder and all of the original series. Oh man. Shatner was
okay.
making, oh yes. I'm just reading this book. I'm just skimming through it, and it says, and then the lights of the empty soundstage were switched off. Just those words. That's the end of it. And that's this episode is the end of Star Trek, the original series.
Yep.
Anyway, and a lot of these people who are making the show apparently thought this was the end of Star Trek forever. Like all of Star Trek was the end here. Leonard Nimoy admitted, I had mixed emotions about the cancellation. I felt tired and drained. It had become a battle to maintain the quality of the show. We were not having a great success with the episodes in that third season. I felt a great sense of entrapment because I was under contract. If they wanted to do more, I wasn't looking forward to it through fear of losing quality. I was making money, but I felt I wasn't involved in anything prideful anymore. You hate to see anything good die, but on the other hand, you hate to see anything good piddle its way into mediocrity or worse. And that's a good point. Doohan says, when the series ended, there was a normal sadness that goes with the end of any such enterprise. You're leaving people you've been working with whom you've come to think of as family. But at the same token, the third season of Star Trek was a miserable situation because of the type of scripts they were giving us. At least I was out of that uninspiring, visionless environment. Wow. There's some truth here at the end of this book about how the actors of the show felt about the third season. And wow.
Well, and we can sort of review that as we step into a new era of Star Trek, as we're both and everyone is feeling a little bit melancholy about the end of the third season of Star Trek. Let's not forget, this was a birth, and it's been a long time since I've given birth to a baby. To quote Dr. McCoy from the end of Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
The motion picture, yes, about V'ger.
And so this is an amazing beginning.
The human adventure. I think I have the quote.
Who do you want to be? Do you want to be McCoy or should I be Kirk?
Oh, no. No, I just want to read from Nichelle Nichols. She says in the third season. Do what?
Whatever you were about to do. Why am I
interrupting? Nichelle Nichols says in the third season, new producer Fred Freiberger did everything he could to shore up the show. I know that some fans hold him responsible for the show's decline, but that is not fair. Star Trek was in a disintegrating orbit before Fred came aboard. That we were able to do even what we did is a miracle and a credit to him. So that's something positive from Nichelle Nichols to Freddie Freiberger.
Big shout out to Larry. Thanks for being here, Larry.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Hello, Larry. I'm closing the live stream by looking at a few quotes from the Mark Cushman book about the end of the series and how some people felt about it. And
do I get to promote my stuff?
Yeah, promote your stuff and let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So we're still going to talk some more next week.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And I can't wait for it. And that's why I don't want to be so melancholy about it, is that I know this feels like an ending, but it's just it's the beginning of a beautiful friendship. And I can't believe that we've been able to go through this journey, this revisitation. It is one of my favorite things, and to be able to hang out and talk about it with you it makes me so happy.
Well, I watched the original series before, but never in this depth. I feel like I'm much closer to Star Trek now than when I started this podcast.
Well, in 5 years, we'll do it all over again.
We'll see.
No, that's not legally binding. So anyway, I am usually hanging out at the Phantasmagorium show with my good friend Kat. And we have been talking about Fargo, and we are looking down the barrel of an ending of our own, is that we're going to be talking about season 2 of Fargo. Not this week. This week, Kat has off. And so we're hoping to get back to that the following week. And if you're listening to this on the rerun and you don't know, I don't know when the next week is going to be for you. Time travel. And then I'm also over on Cinema Gulp with my good friend Ben and all of the fine people, Joanne, over on Cinema Gulp, John, big shout out. And so we're hanging out and we talk about most things, just movie related, just cinema stuff. If you haven't subscribed to Cinema Gulp, it's a party. It is always a party, and they let me in, and it is fun to hang out. And but the one that I can say is happening in the immediacy is me and my other friend on his channel, their channel, Twin Flicks. And the reason I say they is not because I don't want to assume their gender, it's because twin, there are two of them. So Twin Flicks And we're going to be talking about physical media and hopefully some things that I'm anticipating getting in the mail, but I don't know how well that's going to go. But yeah, no, I'm going to be over on Twin Flicks on Sunday. And that's going to be a blast. And so if you guys have an opportunity, check out Twin Flicks. He is all things physical media, comparing the DVDs, the Blu-rays, the 4Ks, and see which is worth your physical media money. And that's fantastic. And so again, thank you, Jill. We'll probably finish up Leisure Suit Larry at some point. We're probably
maybe this weekend.
Maybe I'm gonna have to buy some of that the perfectly legal product that I get in Canada. And
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how you feel. Well, because you're streaming on Sunday, so maybe not this weekend. Maybe the weekend after next, because it can't be the weekend after. Well, we'll figure that out later. But I'm glad you mentioned Cinema Gulp because I scheduled myself to show up on his live stream this Thursday.
No, he's not doing a show this Thursday.
What?
That's what I heard.
Okay, well, damn it.
Well, we'll figure it out. We got to let's figure that out. We don't have to do show notes live. Anyway, I was trying to promote. I wasn't trying to schedule. So, but yeah, no.
Whatever.
Jill, this has been like our collaborations and dare I say friendship has really enriched my life, and I appreciate being able to talk to you, and I appreciate you letting me into your conversations about Star Trek and your channel about all of the things sci-fi that you talk about. It has been so gracious. I know I'm not necessarily always the most couth when it comes to being a guest. Sometimes I'm a little too tipsy, a little too high as a kite, but I appreciate that you appreciate me, and I certainly do the same in return.
I do, and you're a perfect gentleman
you.
Today.
Yeah. And that's all we have to say is I won't kill today. That's all it takes.
So, Sentai Ranger Donnie, everybody in the chat also, thank you so much for hanging out with me and for all of these episodes. Some of you since the beginning, some of you caught me in the middle, some of you were listening, I don't know, whenever you caught me. I'm glad you're here. And Sentai Ranger Donnie, thank you. He's lunchtime, he's going to go. And the human adventure is just beginning. Yeah, see, I was going to play that earlier, but
this is my movie.
Yeah, right.
This is my movie. Don't you understand? The human adventure is just beginning.
And thank you to DJ Play Nice, Larry, to get Vic Manana on the show while covering continues. Oh, yeah, I should. That shouldn't be difficult. That would be wonderful to do.
Only if Michelle Sprecht comes on, too.
Michelle Sprecht? What does she do on the show?
She's the first, well, according to Star Trek Continues, she's the ship's counselor.
Oh, the ship's counselor? What? I thought McCoy had...
TOS ship's counselor. I forget the name of the character. That's my mistake.
Sub-Commander Tall, hello. And good luck with all your future endeavors, Jill. Thank you. And thank you for hanging out. I imagine doing reviews of TNG where I rate each episode on several percentages, and none of them is the percent of the episode given over to Wesley Crusher. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, The Reluctant Dragon. So great to see you, Ivan. Ivan. I always pronounce it wrong. And thank you, Sub-Commander Tall, for being in the chat. Putin's cat. Who else did we have? James Caserta. If I was someone else, I would hate me. Oh, why do you say these things about yourself?
I feel the same way, James Caserta. If I was someone else, I would not be a fan of mine.
Well, I am a fan of you.
Well, that makes one of us.
Exactly. You should... Oh, man.
What?
And thank you also, Bird of Prey 5. Should be renamed Star Trek Rock.
Like Cop Rock?
And Mars Monkey Max and Cash Flow Hustles. So cool to meet you today. I think this is the first time I've seen you. in
Hey.
today's live stream. Always great to meet new friends. Tony from Stark of Iron, check out his channel. He's got some stuff going on. Lots of cool.
Absolutely.
Lots of cool things. Talking about Fallout just recently. That was a really good show.
Well, you haven't seen it. You don't know.
I've seen 5 episodes and I like it so far. Angry Yeti
Me
TV,
too.
thank you.
Hey.
Angry Yeti TV. The Outcast Creative Lance. Thank you for being here.
Thank
you to everyone.
Check out the Outcast Creative, where you were on, weren't you, Jill?
Yes, I was. I was on a movie review for Cocoon because I met him here on my channel and he said, "You haven't seen Cocoon. I'm going to review it." And then I became a panelist. And I don't know how that happened, but it was a great time. And I had a wonderful experience on his channel. He's an amazing host. He knows how to make his panelists feel important, and it was great. It's good stuff.
Thanks, OC.
Yeah, and thanks everybody. And so I will leave you all with with the same thing that I want to say. The next episode of Star Trek: The Original Series. We're going to review. We're going to not review. We're going to announce our top 10 episodes one by one. We're going to, of course, start with 10, go down to 1, and compare and contrast and see what everyone's favorites are. And I can't wait to see what your favorites are. But I guess I can leave you with the teaser for Star Trek Continues just for something fun to play. I still have to update my membership outro, so I'm going to work on that today.
That reminds me. I have to cancel my membership.
And so have a wonderful Tuesday, everyone.
And see you next Tuesday. Thank you.
Take care. And as Franco Walker always says, take care, everyone, and much love to you all.
Apollo, all I desire is life and peace.
You expect us to...
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.
I thank you.